Chapter 1106. The Heavenly Sword Hall was the leader of countless forces in the 4 major human galaxies. The Heavenly Sword Hall had a legion called the Heavenly Sword Legion. Under the Heavenly Sword Legion were the Divine Sword Legion, the Sacred Sword Legion, the Demon Sword Legion, and the Sky Sword Legion. The Heavenly Sword Legion was only responsible for the Heavenly Sword Hall. They were the elites of all the legions. It was said that the weakest swordsman in the Heavenly Sword Legion was at the first sky of Nirvana realm. However, their strength surpassed ordinary first sky of Nirvana realm cultivators. They were the best of the best. The 4 legions belonged to the Divine Sword Galaxy, the Sacred Sword Galaxy, the Demon Sword Galaxy, and the Sky Sword Galaxy. Chu Mu was in the Demon Sword Galaxy. Naturally, he would join the Demon Sword Legion for military service. Vice Sect Master Baichung's explanation and the 3-month buffer allowed Chu Mu to have a deeper understanding of the Demon Sword Legion. The Heavenly Sword Hall would issue a conscription order every 10 years. Many swordsmen would sign up for the conscription order. In order to prevent too many people from signing up, the conscription order also had restrictions. An overlord-level force like the 5 Elements Sword Sect was only allowed a maximum of 1,000 people. If there were more than 1,000 people, 1,000 would be selected. A Dominator-level force like the Dark Knight Sword Sect was only allowed 3,000 people. In addition to the quota limit, there was also a cultivation limit. One could only be in the creation realm. Moreover, one had to be at least as strong as the 4-star sword of Gojosian. Once the 3 months were up, the Heavenly Sword Hall issued the conscription order. The 4 major human galaxies were shaken. Serving in the military was very dangerous. However, how could there be no danger when swordsmen wanted to reach the peak? For example, entering the 3 purgatories was also very dangerous. One could die if one was not careful. If one retreated because of fear of danger, one could forget about achieving anything in the way of the sword. Of course, there were thousands of paths for swordsmen to take. One did not necessarily have to serve in the military. Some liked it, and some did not. There were tens of thousands of people who signed up for the 5 Elements Sword Sect. It was too many. 1,000 people had to be selected from these tens of thousands. Chu Mu's quota had already been decided. He did not need to participate in the selection. In addition, a small number of quotas had also been decided. Over 900 people were selected from tens of thousands of people, not through battle, but through drawing lots, relying on luck. In this way, there wouldn't be any high-tier Sword of Gojosian or even 9-star Sword of Gojosian serving in the Demon Sword Army. Strength was indeed important, but luck could not be underestimated. In the end, among the 1,000 people, Chu Mu's cultivation was the lowest, at the 3rd heavenly layer of fate. The others were at the 4th heavenly layer of fate, while the highest was at the 9th heavenly layer of fate. The registration period was only 3 days. After 3 days, everyone who had registered would pass through the Stargate and head to the Sword Crafting Planet. Each of the 4 major star fields of the human race had a life planet called the Sword Forging Planet. Its other name was the New Recruit Planet. All the new recruits who signed up for military service would gather here for a short period of training. The Demon Sword Star Field had 27 galaxies. Each galaxy had 1 or 200,000 new recruits. The total number of new recruits from the 27 galaxies was a few million. It was impossible for a few million new recruits to train together. Therefore, they were divided into 100 battalions. Some battalions had more people, while others had fewer people. Chu Mu was assigned to the 88th Battalion. This battalion was filled with mid-tier Sword of Gojosian. Only Chu Mu was an exception. He was a low-tier Sword of Gojosian. After the 88th Battalion commander, Lu Kong, read the basic information of the 30,000 new recruits, he suddenly became interested in a new recruit named Chu Mu. There were 100 battalions of new recruits. The number of new recruits in each battalion was different. However, they all had one thing in common. A high-tier sword of Gojosian would only be assigned to the same battalion as a high-tier sword of Gojosian. A mid-tier sword of Gojosian would be assigned to the same battalion as a mid-tier sword of Gojosian. However, there were exceptions. Samsung's sword of Gojosian had the strength of a mid-tier sword of Gojosian. However, such examples were too rare. It was impossible to set up a separate battalion for them. Therefore, they were assigned to the mid-tier sword of Gojosian recruit battalions. Stroking his stubbled chin, Liu Kang's gaze fell on Chu Mu's name. He muttered to himself, Samsung's sword of Gojosian, a disciple of the Five Elements sword sect in the Twilight Galaxy. However, he became a new recruit. How interesting! In the entire 88th Battalion, Chu Mu was the weakest in terms of cultivation. He was at the 3rd heavenly layer of Creation Realm. The rest were at the 4th heavenly layer of Creation Realm. After reading the basic information of the new recruits, Liu Kang gathered his subordinates to discuss how to better train the new recruits. After all, time was limited. They had to achieve the best training results in the shortest time possible. The 88th Battalion had 30,000 new recruits. They were divided into 10 large battalions. Each large battalion had 3,000 new recruits. Each large battalion was further divided into 10 medium battalions. Each medium battalion had 300 new recruits. Each medium battalion was further divided into 10 small battalions. Each small battalion had 30 new recruits. Each small battalion had a small battalion leader. Each medium battalion had a medium battalion leader. Each large battalion had a large battalion leader. Regardless of whether it was a small battalion leader, medium battalion leader, or large battalion leader, they were all veterans. These veterans were naturally soldiers of the Devil Sword Corps. They had more experience than the new recruits. Chu Mu and the other 29 4-star Sword of Gojosian became the 8th squad of the 8th Medium Battalion. The squad leader was a 6-star Sword of Gojosian. His name was Han Guang. Han Guang's appearance was very ordinary. If he were to fall into a crowd, it would be difficult to distinguish him. However, he had an aura that the new recruits did not have. It was a kind of desolate aura. It was an aura that had settled down after experiencing many battles. His gaze was incomparably sharp. His every move was simple and swift. While Han Guang was carefully observing the 30 new recruits, the new recruits were also observing him. Chu Mu's gaze was the sharpest. He felt that although Han Guang was an ordinary 6-star Sword of Gojosian and his talent was not outstanding in a life and death battle, a peak 6-star Sword of Gojosian recruit might not be his match. I will be with you for 3 months. In these 3 months, I will be training you. I hope that everyone can cooperate with each other and complete the training. Han Guang was not overbearing. He also did not put on a show of strength because there was no need to. After 3 months, I don't know where you will be, but work hard to complete the training and master some small skills. Whether you serve in the army or retire to other places to train, it will be helpful. Do you have any questions? If not, let's start the training, Han Guang said at the end. A few people raised questions that had nothing to do with the training. After Han Guang answered briefly, he began the training. The training included many aspects, such as confining the sword energy, using only the strength of the physical body to carry weights, short-distance explosive sprints, stealth, tracking, and a few small skills in the use of divine consciousness. After all, there were many environments in the ancient god world. In some places, the sword energy would be suppressed and only the physical body could be used. Sometimes when a battle lasted for a long time, all the energy would be exhausted. One had to learn how to conserve energy and speed up the recovery of energy. Stealth and tracking were even more important because no one knew when one would be alone or in a difficult situation on the battlefield. Without stealth, one would be a clear target and would be easy to attack. Tracking could be used to lock onto the target through some clues. Combined with stealth, it would be easier to kill the target. There were also small skills in the use of divine consciousness. These training would not directly increase a swordsman's strength, but it would greatly increase their survivability. A truly powerful swordsman was made up of many aspects. Strength was only one part of it. Survivability was also a very important part. There was also the combination of intelligence and other aspects. Otherwise, with only strength but lacking in other aspects, one could only be considered a brainless bore and would never be able to become a strong person. Some new recruits felt that this training wasn't of much use. The most important thing was still their own strength, so they didn't put it to heart. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was very serious in completing the training. All of this was seen by Han Guang, but he didn't say anything. He had been assigned to this place as the leader of a small group of recruits. He was in charge of the training of a small group of recruits. He only needed to teach diligently. As for whether the recruits were willing to listen to his training and pay attention to it, it was not his responsibility. Han Guang still remembered that there had been a few similar cases. The old soldiers in charge of the training had strict requirements for the recruits. In the end, they were targeted by some of the recruits with extraordinary backgrounds and were sent to the most dangerous places. In the end, they died. The intricacies of a large army were not something that a lowly soldier like him could understand. Therefore, he just needed to do his job well. Those who were knowledgeable would naturally work hard to complete the training. Those who thought they were infallible would train half-heartedly. Han Guang also liked the recruits who worked hard and would teach them even more diligently. Chu Mu was completely immersed in the training. He absorbed all of Han Guang's teachings like a sponge. His physique was extremely strong to begin with, and even if he didn't utilize sword origin, merely the strength of his physique was sufficient to defeat and kill an ordinary 4-star Sword King. Thus, the weight-bearing robe training wasn't too difficult for him. 3 months was actually a very short time. In the blink of an eye, a month of training had passed. Chu Mu felt that he had gained a lot. He had mastered all the techniques that Han Guang had taught him. All that was left was for him to practice further. After a month of continuous high-intensity training, Han Guang announced that they would rest for a day. This made the recruits very happy. Even the recruits who did not train diligently felt that a month of continuous high-intensity training was not good. Furthermore, the recruits who trained wholeheartedly had a day of rest to adjust themselves. Some of them went to sleep, while others went out for a walk. Chu Mu stayed in the barracks to organize the month's training. All the techniques and gains from the training were now being reinterpreted. He felt that his impression of them was getting deeper and deeper. Chapter 1107. Every squad had their own barracks, and the members of the squad lived in the barracks. Everyone had their own bed, and they did not even have a futon to meditate on. They had to bring their own. The conditions were very simple and crude. No matter how crude the conditions were, Chu Mu could adapt to them. After a month, the recruits in the same squad became familiar with each other. Since they were all men, even those who came from better backgrounds developed friendships during training. Chu Mu sat cross-legged on the bed, meditating. At that moment, someone barged in from outside. "Brothers, someone is bullying our squad members. Grab your weapons and follow me," the person shouted as soon as he entered. Chu Mu recognized him because he was one of the more active members in the squad. His name was Zhang Bo. "What? Someone is bullying our squad members? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go immediately. Chu Mu, do you want to come?" The reason he asked this was because Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the 3rd heaven of creation realm. He had the lowest cultivation in the entire squad, and he had never displayed his strength. Others did not know that his strength was comparable to a 6-star sword of Gojoseon. "Let's go." Chu Mu also stood up. Immediately, the group hurriedly left the barracks. Under Zhang Bo's lead, they quickly moved forward. "Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to apologize. Otherwise," a cold voice rang out. When Chu Mu and the others arrived, they saw 2 people half squatting on the ground with blood at the corners of their mouths. They were glaring angrily at the people in front of them. The one who spoke was a 5-star sort of Gojosian. He looked arrogant as he stared coldly at the two people half squatting on the ground. Many people had gathered around them. There were even squad leaders and platoon leaders of various squads. They did not stop the conflict. Instead, they were either gloating or crossing their arms, looking like they were watching a show. It was normal for conflicts to occur in the military camp. It was not surprising as long as it did not cause a big incident. Therefore, conflicts like these were often a kind of adjustment to life in the military camp. As for the reason for the conflict, it was not important at all. You want us to kneel and apologize? Don't even think about it. The two half-squatting men stood up, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, and coldly shouted, "That's right. You want our brothers to kneel. Dream on." Zhang Bo strode over and stood beside the two injured swordsmen. He glared at them and retorted. The others also stepped forward and walked to Zhang Bo's side, sharing a common enemy. Chu Mu naturally did not fall behind, but intentionally or unintentionally he was blocked behind because his cultivation was the lowest. In case there was a conflict later, this way, he could better protect Chu Mu. Regarding this, Chu Mu did not express anything. He could not possibly tell others that his strength was actually much stronger than his cultivation. Relying on your numbers, huh? It's just a group of 4-star sort of Gojosian. I can deal with all of you with 1 sword each. The other party sneered. The few people beside him also had cold smiles on their faces. This group of people were all 5-star sort of Gojosian. They were the soldiers of the 1st squad of the 2nd squadron of the 5th battalion. All of them were 5-star sort of Gojosian. Under normal circumstances, a 5-star sort of Gojosian was stronger than a 4-star sort of Gojosian. There were very few swordsmen who could surpass 1 star to defeat the other. 4-star against 5-star, this group of rookies is in trouble. In the crowd, a squad leader laughed. "Han Guang, that's your squad, right? Aren't you going to help them out?" Another squad leader rubbed Han Guang's arm and said, "Let them solve it themselves." Han Guang said, anyway, they would not die, so it did not matter if they were injured. Injuries on the battlefield were common. It seems that the rookies you lead are going to suffer. This voice was obviously gloating. If you don't kneel down and apologize, I'll beat you until you kneel down. The 5-star sort of Gojosian shouted. He took a step forward, and a fierce aura gushed out. His sword was unsheathed, and it turned into a cold bolt of lightning. It was as if a bolt of lightning had broken through the sky. With a single strike, Zhang Bo was sent flying. "How dare you make a move? Brothers, kill him." Chu Mu's rookies were enraged. One by one, they pulled out their swords and counterattacked. "Chu Mu, back off a little to avoid being affected," one of them said to Chu Mu. He immediately turned around and pulled out his sword, charging towards the group of 5-star sort of Gojosian. The 5-star sort of Gojosian was indeed stronger than the 4-star sort of Gojosian. However, this was within the military camp. Moreover, they were standing up for their brothers. It was easy for their blood to boil, and they could not care less. Even if they could not win, they still had to fight. On Chu Mu's side, other than him, the others all made a move. There were a total of 29 of them, while the other side had more than 10. With more than 10 5-star sort of Gojosian against 29 4-star sort of Gojosian, if there were no accidents, the result was obvious. They would all be defeated. Sure enough, it did not take long for the 29 4-star sort of Gojosian to be knocked down to the ground. They were more or less injured. On the other hand, the other side was not knocked down. Are you going to apologize or not? If you don't, we'll continue to fight. The other side threatened coldly. Apologize or we'll continue to fight. The other 5-star sort of Gojosian roared. They were in the same team and lived in the same barracks. Their relationship was always better. Seeing them reminds me of the time when I just entered the military camp. A platoon leader sighed. Just because of a small conflict, they fought. As long as there were no serious injuries or deaths, it was fine. Many people's friendships were forged in such a way. Don't even think about it, Zheng Bo said angrily. Zheng Bo and the others said angrily. The reason for the conflict was no longer important. Now, it was a dispute over personal feelings. To be honest, they were not very old, and they were in a place like the military camp. There was nothing strange about a dispute over personal feelings. Fight for me, the leader of the 5-star sword of Gojoseon roared. He raised his sword and was about to charge forward again. Han Guang frowned. His figure flashed, and his sword of Gojoseon was unsheathed. He blocked the 5-star sword of Gojoseon's attack with his sword. He then twisted his sword and threw the 5-star sword of Gojoseon's sword away. Stop before going too far, Han Guang said in a low voice. Who are you? Why are you attacking? The 5-star sword of Gojoseon gripped his sword tightly and stared warily at Han Guang. He knew that he was not a match for this person in front of him. I'm their platoon leader, Han Guang said expressionlessly. Han Guang, you're really getting worse. As a platoon leader, you're actually interfering with the matters of your platoon members. A mocking voice rang out. A person walked out from the crowd and stared at Han Guang with a cold smile. Dai Yi, take care of your platoon, Han Guang said. My platoon is not bad, Dai Yi said. Seeing that the conflict between the platoon members was about to turn into a conflict between platoon leaders, the eyes of the onlookers lit up. Dai Yi and Han Guang, are these two guys going to fight again? I remember that last time, Han Guang was the one at a disadvantage. The people who were talking were naturally the platoon leaders. They were from the same battalion and knew each other. I wonder who will win this time. Han Guang, let your platoon members admit their mistakes and apologize. This matter will be settled, Dai Yi said coldly. Your platoon members injured my platoon members. The ones who should admit their mistakes and apologize are your platoon members. Han Guang said angrily. Originally, a platoon leader should not interfere in a conflict between platoon members, but now it had turned into a conflict between platoon leaders. What a joke! Being injured by my platoon members only shows that your platoon members are incompetent. Dai Yi laughed. When Zheng Bo and the others heard this, their faces darkened and their anger surged. Look at your platoon members. A 4-star sword of Gojoseon is one thing, but you even have a Samsung sword of Gojoseon. Don't tell me you're a super genius that can kill a 4-star sword of Gojoseon with a wave of your sword and scare off a 5-star sword of Gojoseon. Dai Yi turned to Chu Mu. You're right. I am that kind of super genius. Chu Mu stepped forward and stared at Dai Yi neither slowly nor quickly, neither servile nor overbearing. Chu Mu's words shocked everyone, and they all looked at him in a daze. Everyone can talk big. If you're that kind of super genius, then I'm the super genius that can sweep away all the other sword of Gojoseon. Dai Yi was a little annoyed by Chu Mu's Samsung sword of Gojoseon's rebuttal. Open your eyes and watch carefully, Chu Mu said indifferently. He walked step by step towards the dozen 5-star sword of Gojoseon and slowly pulled out his sword. In an instant his power erupted and his speed increased to the extreme. He turned into an afterimage and slashed out with his sword. Like a violent wind, the power was astonishing. The 5-star sword of Gojoseon's face changed, and he quickly counterattacked with his sword. However, Chu Mu's sword was like a thunderbolt, like a meteor piercing through the sky. The tyrannical power erupted and directly destroyed the 5-star sword of Gojoseon's counterattack. The sword arrived without any obstruction and directly bombarded the 5-star sword of Gojoseon's chest. With a bang, the 5-star sword of Gojoseon trembled and was sent flying. He spat out blood and slid a few meters away. Suddenly everyone was dumbfounded. There was complete silence. So cruel. Was this still the Samsung sword of Gojoseon? Since when did the Samsung sword of Gojoseon become so terrifying? He could actually send a 5-star sword of Gojoseon flying and spitting out blood with a single sword. They felt like they were in a dream. Their minds seemed to be frozen. Some of them had seen the Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating the 4-star sword of Gojosian with their own eyes. Some of them had also heard of it. However, the Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating the 5-star sword of Gojosian with a single sword strike was not only unheard of, but also unseen. However, Chu-Mu did not stop. He used the inch step and instantly approached another 5-star sword of Gojosian. He attacked again and sent him flying with a single sword strike. The other 5-star sword of Gojosian quickly reacted. They roared and attacked Chu-Mu with their swords. However, all of them missed. Chu-Mu's sword shuttled through the gaps of the sword of Gojosian. He attacked again and sent another person flying. Tyrannical strength was displayed. More than a dozen 5-star sword of Gojosian were all defeated by Chu-Mu's sword. They were all sent flying one by one. Small Captain Dai, is it? Now, you can go sweep through all of the Sword Kings. I'm sure everyone would be happy to see that. Chu-Mu retracted his sword and turned around to face Dai Yi as he spoke indifferently. Dai Yi's face changed, alternating between green, red, and white. His heart was incomparably angry, but he didn't know what to say. His lips trembled as he fiercely swept a glance at Chu-Mu. With a gloomy face, he turned around and left in large strides. Apologize. Seeing Dai Yi leave, Chu-Mu did not stop him. Instead, he looked at the dozen 5-star sword of Gojosian and said coldly, Chapter 1108. The strongest recruit defeated 15 5-star sword of Gojosian with one sword. The most ferocious Samsung sword of Gojosian. Chu-Mu became famous. His name resounded throughout the 88th recruit camp. Even the camp commander was alarmed. A Samsung sword of Gojosian defeated more than 10 5-star sword of Gojosian. Camp Commander Liu Kang's face was full of surprise. When he first heard the news, he thought it was a joke. A Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating a 4-star sword of Gojosian was a genius, but it was not a rare thing. A Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating more than 10 4-star sword of Gojosian was indeed shocking. But a Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating a 5-star sword of Gojosian would cause a stir, because there were too few people who could challenge people who were 2 stars higher than them. A Samsung sword of Gojosian defeating more than 10 5-star sword of Gojosian. Although the 5-star sword of Gojosian did not cooperate well, it was still shocking. Extremely shocking. Such a monster is actually serving in the military. Is someone trying to harm you? Liu Kang muttered to himself. Chu-Mu's performance was truly too monstrous. It was monstrous to the point that it caused others to be terrified. Such a monstrous genius, under normal circumstances, would be protected by any faction and heavily nurtured. Serving in the military wasn't something fun. If one wasn't careful, they could die. That was why Liu Kang thought so. Forget it. These things have nothing to do with me. Liu Kang shook his head. It's a pity that Chu-Mu's cultivation is too low. If he was at the 8th or 9th layer of Fortune Realm, no matter how monstrous a person was, no matter how much he challenged someone who was at a higher level, if his starting point was too low, the power he could unleash would ultimately be limited. Even if Chu-Mu was so monstrous that he could use a Samsung sword of Gojosian to fight against a 6-star sword of Gojosian, he wouldn't be of much help in the war. This was because there were too many 6-star swords of Gojosian, and there were also many advanced swords of Gojosian that were stronger than a 6-star sword of Gojosian. Boss Chu, you're my boss from now on. Zhang Bo looked like he wanted to hug Chu Yang's thigh as he yelled, Boss! The others shouted in unison, almost overturning the living quarters. Chu-Mu's sudden outburst stunned them. It was hard to imagine that Chu-Mu, who was in the same squad as them and had the lowest cultivation, was actually the strongest one among them. Previously, they had guessed that although Chu-Mu was a Samsung sword of Gojosian, he had the strength to fight against a 6-star sword of Gojosian. That was why he served in the army. Therefore, no one looked down on him. However, fighting against a 6-star sword of Gojosian and defeating a 6-star sword of Gojosian were two different concepts. Defeating a 6-star sword of Gojosian and defeating a 6-star sword of Gojosian were two different concepts. Without any suspense, Chu Mu became the boss of the 8th Squad of the 8th Squadron of the 8th Battalion. Even the squad leader, Han Guang, admired Chu Mu. He had incomparably powerful talent, but he wouldn't show it off everywhere. After a day of rest, the training began again. As soon as Chu Mu appeared, he immediately became the focus of attention. Countless gazes swept across his face. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes wanted to see if Chu Mu had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was actually so tyrannical and ferocious. Chu Mu's expression was indifferent. He ignored all the gazes around him. 3 months of training was actually very short. The first month was focused on individual training. In the second month, the individual training was reduced. More than half of the time was allocated for squad training. This was a battle formation called the perfect circle formation. It focused everyone's strength to form a whole. Serving in the army was very likely to go to the battlefield. The battlefield was not a child's play. It was also different from individual swordsmen going out to gain experience. It was a group battle. In such a battlefield, the strength of one person was weak. In a squad of 30 people, how could they cooperate better? How could they perform better than their own standards? How could they better kill the enemy and protect themselves, and so on? Chu Mu didn't know if he didn't train. But once he started training, he understood. If those 5-star sword of Gojosian from before had grasped the current method of cooperation, even if he used his rank 2 sword force, he might not be able to defeat them. Although the method of cooperation wasn't complicated, once it was formed, it was like a whole. It wasn't scattered anymore. A month of training passed quickly. Everyone had basically grasped the battle formation called the perfect circle formation. They could also familiarize themselves with it. However, there was still a big gap between them and the true perfect circle formation. It was very simple. They needed to experience the test of a real battle. Just relying on practice was ultimately limited. They rested for a day again. However, this time they didn't encounter any conflicts and passed peacefully. In the 3rd month, which was also the last month, other than revisiting the previous 2 months of training, there was a new training content. That was the collective training of the entire 18 recruit battalions. Simply put, it was the super version of the perfect circle formation. The squad's perfect circle formation was the most basic. After that, they would combine the squad's perfect circle formations to form a huge perfect circle formation of 30,000 people. If it wasn't for some restrictions, they might even be able to form a huge perfect circle formation of a few million people. Very quickly, the 3rd month had passed. The results of the large-scale perfect circle formation training had basically reached the standard. If they wanted to improve further, they would have to go through a real battle. After 3 months of continuous training, every swordsman had grown. The members of the same squad had also become closer. Chu Mu's position as the boss was even more secure. This was because the other members admired him very much. Not only was he strong, but his comprehension was also amazing. He was able to understand and grasp the things that Han Guang taught him immediately. His completion rate was something that even Han Guang admired. The 3 months of training have ended. Next, it is time to test the results of your training. As the squads gathered, Han Guang said, according to the usual rules, there will be 3 competitions. They are the squad competition, the recruit battalion competition, and the single soldier battle. Next, Han Guang simply explained the contents of the 3 competitions. The squad competition was a competition where 30 members of each squad would use the perfect circle formation to fight against the other squads. This competition would first take place between the squadrons, then the brigade, then the recruit battalions. In the end, if one stood out from all the other battalions and was ranked in the top 3, they would be rewarded. The recruit battalion competition was a competition between every single recruit battalion. There were a total of 100 battalions. The first place would also be rewarded, but the second, third, and other rankings would not. The final single-soldier battle was a single-soldier battle. War was indeed collective, but sometimes it would inevitably degenerate into individual actions. Therefore, the single-soldier battle was also a very important segment. With your strength, it would be difficult to get a good result in the squad competition. However, the most important thing is to participate. It is an opportunity to test the results of your training. Han Guang said, "As for the recruit battalion competition, it is hard to predict. In the final single-soldier battle, each squad will choose one person to compete in the recruit battalion competition under a restricted environment. After getting the top 3, they will be able to participate in the recruit battalion competition. The top 3 will receive generous rewards from the headquarters. In your minds, who is the most suitable candidate?" In fact, Han Guang already had the most suitable candidate in mind: Boss Chu. Zheng Bo was the first to raise his hand and shout, "I also recommend Boss Chu. Boss Chu is the best candidate. Boss Chu will sweep the entire recruit battalion competition. Boss Chu is mighty. Boss Chu is number 1. The 29 members shouted one after another. The more they shouted, the more excited they became. "Chu Mu, what do you think?" Han Guang looked at Chu Mu. "Okay." Chu Mu accepted without hesitation. Chu Mu did not know whether he would be the champion in the end. However, this was a good opportunity to test himself and train himself. Since the person has been chosen, then everyone should have a good rest today. Tomorrow, the squad competition will begin. Even if you can't get the top 3, you have to do your best to fight, Han Guang said. Han Guang said it wasn't that he was intentionally discouraging them, but he was simply stating a fact. In the small team competition, other than Chu Mu, the other 29 people all had the strength of a 4-star Sword King. Under the same situation of using a perfect circle battle formation, they simply weren't the opponents of a 6-star Sword King. However, the most important thing was to participate. Everyone returned to the barracks and began to discuss heatedly. "Let's not talk about the squad competition and the recruit battalion competition. I am thinking with Boss Chu's strength, can he stand out in the single-soldier battle? I think it's difficult. Boss Chu is indeed a monster, but his cultivation is too low. If his cultivation is at the 7th heaven of creation realm, he might be able to win the championship. I don't think so." Don't forget what the squad leader said. The single-soldier battle is carried out in a restricted environment. Everyone's cultivation might be limited to the 3rd or 4th heaven of creation realm. That shouldn't be possible. There might be other restrictions. "We will know what the restrictions are when the time comes," Chu Mu interrupted. "Everyone should rest well and prepare for tomorrow's squad competition." Boss Chu is right. Let's rest. In this squad, Chu Mu's prestige was even higher than that of the squad leader Han Guang. Everyone listened to what he said. For a moment, the barracks quieted down. In the other barracks, it was still lively. In particular, the dozen or so 5-star sort of Gojosian who were defeated by Chu Mu last time were rubbing their hands together. They hoped to meet Chu Mu's team in the squad competition and teach Chu Mu and his team a lesson. There was no hatred. They just wanted to save face. They knew that they were no match for that monster in a one-on-one battle. However, after learning the perfect circle battle formation, they knew that the battle formation was very powerful. They would definitely be able to defeat their opponent. Therefore, they were all looking forward to it, especially those 5-star sort of Gojosian who were defeated by Chu Mu. Chapter 1109. On the second day, the team competition began. The opponents were decided by drawing lots. The competition was carried out at the same time in order to save time. Their luck wasn't bad. Chu Mu's small team's opponents were all 4-star Sword Kings. Under the confrontation of the perfect circle battle formation, in a short 10 breaths of time, Chu Mu's small team won, completely crushing their opponents. After the break, The opponents for the second round of the competition were drawn. It was a 5-star sword of Gojosian's team. The 5-star sword of Gojosian was obviously stronger than the 4-star sword of Gojosian. The power of the battle formation was also more tyrannical. Even if Chumu was there, it was of no use, because the difference in overall strength was too obvious. Even if they tried their best, Chumu's team's battle formation collapsed, and they were defeated in just a few seconds. This made the 5-star sword of Gojosian, who were full of energy and wanted to teach Chumu a lesson, very discouraged. A loss was a loss. They had fought fair and square. There was nothing to say. Next, Chumu and the others were reduced to spectators. Watching the other small teams fight against each other was of great help in grasping the perfect circle battle formation. The team competition ended. As expected, the winning team of the 88th Recruit Camp was a team composed of 6-star sword of Gojosian. Next, it was the Recruit Camp competition. The battle formation, formed by tens of thousands of people, confronted each other. It was very intense and very exciting. The opponent of the 88th Recruit Camp was the 60th Recruit Camp. The number of people was about the same. The two great battle formations charged at each other. The swordsmen constantly attacked with their swords and collided. On the appointment platform, the chief battalion commander of the recruits and the battalion commanders of the subcamps were all watching. Lu Kong, I heard that an amazing recruit appeared in your subcamp. He defeated a 5-star sword of Gojosian with the cultivation of the third sky of creation realm. Is it true? A recruit subcamp commander said to Lu Kong. After hearing this, the other recruit subcamp commanders also looked at Lu Kong with curious eyes. Lu Kong only nodded. At this time, the confrontation between the two divisions had reached its climax. Everyone's attention was drawn. Their gazes were all focused on the two opposing battle formations. Chumu fully realized how insignificant an individual strength was in this kind of confrontation. Even if he increased his strength by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, he still wouldn't be able to make a noticeable difference. The confrontation between the two major recruit sub-battalions ended in the 88th Recruit Camp's victory. Half of the 100 new recruits were eliminated, and the remaining 50 battalions continued to compete. This time, Chumu's battalion won again, and the remaining 25 battalions continued to compete. From the first to the third confrontation, the 88th Recruit Battalion had won all of them. However, in the fourth confrontation, they were defeated after an intense battle. Even if he lost, he would have no regrets. Such an experience was very new and unique to Chumu and the others. It was an important addition to their various experiences. In the end, the 8th Recruit Battalion won the championship. At this point, the small team competition and the subcamp competition had ended. The final round was the individual battle. Everyone more or less had an individualistic hero complex. Therefore, the final individual battle was the most anticipated event. It was also considered to be the most interesting competition. Furthermore, the top 3 recruits would receive a corresponding medal. The medal for the third place was called Star Splendor, the medal for the second place was called Bright Moon, and the medal for the first place was called Blazing Sun. The 3 medals, no matter which one they received, would be of great help to the future recruits. It would allow them to enter a new division. They wouldn't have to start from the lowest level of soldier, but would be able to hold a certain position, such as a squad leader and so on. After the explanation, all the recruits who were selected to participate in the individual battle were all excited. Star Splendor, Bright Moon, Blazing Sun. Who would it belong to? That was a special honor, a huge honor. Boss Chu, you can do it. Even if you don't get the Blazing Sun, getting the Star Splendor is also very good. The individual battle was about to begin. The members of Chumu's small team all raised their hands and clenched their fists, cheering for Chumu. The 88th Recruit Battalion had 30,000 recruits. Each small team had 30 people. There were a total of 1,000 small teams. Each small team would choose one person to participate. Just the 88th Recruit Battalion alone had 1,000 people participating. If the 100 subcamps selected new recruits to participate in the battle, the number of people would reach 100,000. It was too much. Therefore, the strategy was to first select 3 people from the subcamps, and then the 3 people would participate. The location of the individual battle was in a forest, a very primitive forest. The 1,000 recruits of the 88th Recruit Battalion were selected. They were considered as the most outstanding members by each small team. They entered the forest collectively. Before entering, each of them had a trace of soldier chi. If they were defeated, their soldier chi would be plundered. Among them, there was a 9-star sword of Gojosian. In theory, there was no need to participate in the individual battle. They only needed to select those powerful 9-star sword of Gojosian to fight. After all, no matter how many methods they learned, at best, they could only ensure a better survival. In the face of absolute power, everything was not enough. But when they entered the forest, they realized that it wasn't that simple. It turned out that the restricted environment was like this. Everyone felt their body sinking. There was a faintly discernible force, quietly descending. Their spiritual sense, sword energy, and physical strength began to be consumed. Although the consumption rate was very slow, it was much faster than normal consumption. Moreover, they couldn't take medicinal pills to recover. After thinking for a while, they understood that the so-called restriction was referring to the consumption of medicinal pills. The forest was very big. The 1,000 people entered from different directions. It was not easy to meet each other in a short period of time. The evaluation criteria was based on soldier chi within 5 days. The 3 people who obtained the most soldier chi would enter the final individual battle. The forest was quiet. Every recruit who was selected to participate in the individual battle was not necessarily the one with the highest cultivation in the small team. It was based on their performance during training. Basically, they were all selected by the small team leader. There was no personal emotion involved. Everything was based on the degree of mastery of the training. For example, although Han Guang asked for the opinions of the other team members, the candidate in his mind was Chu Mu. Even if other people suggested different candidates, Han Guang would still choose Chu Mu. This was his right. Since he was selected by the small team leader, he must have performed well in training. As soon as they entered the forest, everyone immediately applied what they had learned during training. They learned how to move stealthily in the forest, how to move forward more efficiently without causing any noise, and how to remove the traces they left behind. As for the constant consumption of energy in the forest, there was nothing they could do. This was the so-called restriction. The only thing they could do was to try their best to apply the techniques they had learned during training on how to save energy. In the entire forest, there were no other living creatures other than the 1,000 people. The huge trees and countless green grass could drown a person in them. However, swordsmen had the power of spiritual sense. With a sweep of their spiritual sense, it would be useless even if they dug into the ground. Chu Mu used the stealth techniques that Han Guang had taught him to the best of his ability. He did not make the slightest sound. Even when he passed through the grass, he did not make any sound. It was as if he was an illusion. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual sense that was not very obvious but could be felt swept over. Chu Mu quickly used one of the few techniques that Han Guang had taught him about the use of spiritual sense. This technique was called Ninji emptiness. After using it, it could achieve the purpose of deceiving and causing the spiritual sense that swept past to disappear. As soon as he used the Ninji emptiness technique, the spiritual sense that swept past did not detect Chu Mu. It was as if Chu Mu did not exist. He did not use his spiritual sense for a second sweep. This was because every sweep would consume energy. If it were any other time, it would be fine. However, in this environment, the speed of recovery could not keep up with the speed of consumption. It was best to conserve energy. Judging from the strength of his opponent's spiritual sense, Chumu knew that it was an advanced sword of Gojoseon. It was not something that he could fight against at the moment. He chose to avoid it temporarily and wait for his energy to be depleted. Only then would he have a chance to win. Moreover, if he could not determine the winner in a short period of time, he would very likely become the target of others. Once he made a move, he would definitely consume energy. He continued to move forward and check for clues to see if there were any traces left behind by other people. Even if one was proficient in stealth, they would still leave behind traces. The only difference was whether it was obvious or not. Whether one could discover it or not depended on one's tracking skills. Not long after, Chumu found traces. His eyes flashed, and he decided to follow it. Perhaps it was an advanced sword of Gojoseon or an intermediate sword of Gojoseon. Based on the traces left behind, Chumu could not determine the opponent's strength unless they had made a move and left behind an aura. He followed it slowly. The person being followed did not know that he had been targeted by Chumu. Unknowingly, Chumu saw a flash of a back. That back disappeared into a bush. Chumu approached slowly. He was fully focused and ready to respond at any time. He was not in a hurry to make a move because he was still unsure of the target's strength. During the training, there were also techniques on how to hide one's aura. Chumu believed that he was not the only one who had learned it. The others had also basically mastered it. However, the training time was only 3 months. Strictly speaking, it was a month. This solo battle was also a way to deepen the content of the training and turn it into an instinct. This was also the reason why Chumu wanted to participate. Whether or not he could win a medal was secondary. The most important thing was that these methods were really useful to him. Time passed little by little. Everyone's strength was also depleted little by little. Through observation, Chumu concluded that this person was an intermediate sword of Gojoseon. Since it was an intermediate sword of Gojoseon, it was time for him to make a move. Chapter 11:10. In the silent forest, the 5-star sword of Gojoseon was hiding in the bushes. He restrained his aura, and his divine sense spread out silently with the Nyenji Ripples technique, covering 100 meters around him. If there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately sense it. Perhaps it was because he did not have a deep enough grasp of the Nyenji Ripples technique, but Chumu felt a slight fluctuation. Of course, it was also because Chumu's divine sense was stronger than his opponent's. Using the Nyenji Ripples technique, his divine sense spread out in his spiritual world. It was like a gentle breeze blowing across a calm lake, silently filling his entire body. He felt as if his entire body had become air. The Nyenji Ripples did not discover Chumu. Approaching bit by bit, he landed silently. The 5-star sword of Gojoseon, who was hiding and waiting to ambush him, did not know that he had already been targeted. Approaching. Chumu had already arrived outside the bushes. The 5-star sword of Gojoseon had his back, facing Chumu. Chumu was very calm. He did not have the slightest bit of excitement from his successful ambush. It was as if this was normal training. Approaching, Chumu was about to draw his sword when he suddenly stopped. Because drawing a sword was inevitable, the blade and scabbard would rub against each other. No matter how careful he was, there would still be a sound. If it was in a noisy environment, it would not be heard. But at this moment, the surroundings were silent. Even the slightest sound would be very obvious. With a thought, Chumu directly put the sword in his left hand into his interspatial ring. In his right hand, a sword silently appeared. The quality of the sword from the Divine Wilderness sword seed technique had already reached the peak of the low-grade divine sword. In terms of hardness, toughness, and sharpness, it was not inferior to a middle-grade divine sword. Furthermore, it had a very high conductivity to the Divine Wilderness sword energy. This sword now had a name. Chumu named it the Undying Sword, also known as the Undying Holy Sword. The reason why he gave it this name was because he had the sudden idea of using the undying sword intent to refine it. As he refined it every day, the undying sword intent had actually fused into the sword, causing the toughness of the sword to increase a step further. Moreover, it even had a slight effect on the undying sword intent. This was only because the tempering of the undying sword intent was not long enough. If he continued to temper it, there would be a day when he would be able to greatly enhance the undying sword intent. A sword of Gojoseon silently rested on Xiao Chen's neck. A cold sensation spread out, startling the 5-star sword of Gojoseon. His face was filled with horror. "Are you going to give me your weapon, Qi, or do you want me to defeat you and take it away?" A faint voice rang out from behind him. It was like a ghost, causing the 5-star sword of Gojoseon to tremble all over as a chill ran down his spine. "I admit defeat." The 5-star sword of Gojoseon was very straightforward. He had no choice. His opponent had already placed a sword on his neck. If it was a life-and-death battle, the opponent could easily cut off his neck without him noticing. Chu Mu had obtained the first weapon Qi. However, he did not expect the 5-star sword of Gojoseon to be so shameless. "Someone is here. He has 2 weapon Qi." The 5-star sword of Gojoseon suddenly roared. His voice was so loud that the leaves rustled and fell to the ground. Although it sounded like a joke or even a little childish, the content was enough to move the hearts of many of the sword of Gojoseon. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat. He was secretly angry. He swung the undying sacred sword like a whip and slapped the 5-star sword of Gojoseon's mouth. The 5-star sword of Gojoseon was sent flying into the air. He spun 360 degrees and crashed into a giant tree, causing the tree to shake violently. Immediately, he concealed his aura and activated his stealth technique. He tried his best not to leave any traces and quickly left. On his way out, he even set up some small traps to confuse the enemy. "Battalion commander, this Chu Mu is quite clever." One of the vice battalion commanders laughed. Battalion commander Lu Kong, the 2 vice battalion commanders, and the captains were all watching. Every scene in the forest was presented in front of them. "Han Guang, your team member has done well in the training." Lu Kong also laughed. Han Guang also had a smile on his face. In the video, Chu Mu's stealth, tracking, and setting up of small traps were all on point. The only thing lacking was that he was still a little inexperienced. But this was normal. After all, this was his first time in a real battle. Other than Chu Mu, there were also a few other recruits who had performed very well. The battalion commanders and captains paid attention to them. His cultivation is only at the 3rd heavenly layer of creation. He won't be able to last long. One of the captains said sourly, the 5-star sword of Gojoseon that Chu Mu had slapped in the face was from his team. This made sense, because in the forest, everyone's energy consumption was the same. Under the circumstances of not fighting, naturally the higher one's cultivation was, the longer they could last. And the small tricks on how to conserve energy and speed up the recovery of energy that they had learned during training were also a great help if they were used well. But no matter how well they were used, it was impossible for a 3rd heavenly layer of creation swordsman to last longer than a 9th heavenly layer of creation swordsman. "You think you can fool me with such petty tricks?" A 9-star sword of Gojoseon was the first to arrive. When he saw the small traps that Chu Mu had set up, he saw through them and chased in the direction that Chu Mu had left. Seeing that several high-level sword of Gojoseon had seen through the small traps that Chu Mu had set up and chased after him, the battalion commander and the others let out unscrupulous laughter. "Han Guang, your team member is going to be eliminated this time." "That's not necessarily true," Han Guang retorted. In fact, he was not confident either. Chu Mu felt a sense of danger in his heart. He felt that he had been targeted. His 5 senses were stronger than other swordsmen. Even a 9-star sword of Gojoseon might not be able to compare to him. The sense of danger continued to grow stronger, but Chu Mu did not panic. He knew that panic was useless. Only by remaining calm and collected would he be able to deal with the situation better. As the sense of danger continued to grow, Chumu knew that the small traps he had set up to confuse the others had not been effective. Or rather, they had been effective. They had only confused a portion of the people, but someone had seen through them. Those who could see through the small traps were clearly people who had mastered the various training methods and were proficient in them. Chumu was not arrogant enough to think that he was the only one who had mastered the various training methods. Unknowingly, Chumu felt a little excited. This was the excitement of encountering a strong enemy. If it had been a different environment, Chumu knew that he would definitely not be a match for the enemy in a one-on-one battle. But in this restricted environment where he had to use various techniques, Chumu was confident that he could compete with the enemy. All sorts of knowledge flashed through his mind. How could he shake off the enemy's pursuit? As he pondered, Chumu also set up the small traps one by one. This was an experiment. He was trying to improve his skill in setting up small traps. Under this kind of pressure, the more he set up the small traps, the more intricate they became. Immediately after, he used the power of his divine sense again. He used the little technique of Nyenji fantasy to cause the remaining aura to go in another direction. The Nyenji void technique used the power of divine sense to make oneself like air. Of course, it did not actually become air. It could still be seen with the naked eye, but when divine sense swept past, it would create the illusion of being like air. The Nyenji ripple technique was a searching technique. It allowed divine sense to spread out like ripples. It was silent and difficult to detect. It could also reduce the consumption of divine sense. The Nyenji fantasy technique was a confusing technique. It separated the aura of divine sense to confuse the pursuer and cause them to make the wrong judgment. All sorts of techniques could not increase the power of divine sense, but they could increase survival ability. The 9-star sword of Gojoseon, who was pursuing, stopped for the first time. He realized that he could not see through the small traps that Chumu had set up. The level of the small traps was getting higher and higher. Moreover, the remaining aura made it difficult for him to determine which direction the target had gone. He had to choose one of the two. If he made the right choice, he could continue to pursue the enemy and defeat him. He could obtain 2 soldier auras. If he made the wrong choice, he would be wrong. There was no other way. There was no time to hesitate. The moment he hesitated, the target would only run further away. The 9-star sword of Gojoseon immediately made his choice. In the end, he made the wrong choice. Chumu felt the sense of danger behind him slowly weaken until it finally disappeared. He secretly sighed in relief and quickly stopped, running continuously, using stealth techniques to eliminate traces, and setting up traps to confuse the enemy had consumed a lot of energy. Although he had the technique to conserve energy and speed up his recovery, it still consumed a lot of energy. Why don't I hide for a while and make my move after a while? Chumu thought to himself. It was not unreasonable for him to think this way. There were 1,000 people entering the forest. It would be impossible to finish in a short time. After a long time, everyone's energy would be depleted, and it would be even more difficult. In this case, it was better to conserve energy now and save it for the end. Chumu also knew his shortcoming, which was that his cultivation was too low. Therefore, it was more important to conserve energy. He also knew that there must be others who had the same idea. However, the time limit was 5 days, which meant that they could not exceed 5 days. Therefore, they had to seize the time well. Otherwise, even if they stayed until the end, they would not have the number of soldier auras in the top 3 and would still be eliminated. There were indeed some people who had the same idea as Chumu. They even had the same idea as soon as they entered the forest. They hid and calculated the time silently. However, most of them did not do so. They used stealth techniques to constantly look for clues and track the target. Then they would attack and defeat the target to obtain the soldier aura. Of course, there was also the possibility that they would be defeated and have their soldier aura taken away. Everything was being played out in front of the camp commander and the other captains so that they could see who was more outstanding. A figure flashed and appeared a few meters away from where Chumu was hiding. Chumu did not move at all, as if he had merged with the surrounding grass. Chumu knew from the slight aura that it was a high-level sword of Gojosian. Even if it was a sneak attack, he did not have much confidence. In this case, he might as well hide better. At this moment, from another place, a figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 1111. Right before Chumu's eyes, a sneak attack and counterattack unfolded. Of these two people, one was the 7-star sword of Gojosian, the other was the 8-star sword of Gojosian. The one who attacked was the 7-star sword of Gojosian, and the one who counterattacked was the 8-star sword of Gojosian. The attacker naturally had the upper hand, but the 8-star sword of Gojosian's reaction was also very fast. He immediately counterattacked with his sword. After entering the forest for a period of time and tracking stealthily, a portion of his strength had been consumed. When he attacked, he was not as strong as when he was at his peak, but he still could not be underestimated. However, they did not know that there was a person hiding in the bushes not far away. Originally, the 8-star sword of Gojosian would have checked carefully. In the end, before he could do so, he was attacked by the 7-star sword of Gojosian. He did not discover Chumu's existence. The 7-star sword of Gojosian's strength was not to be underestimated. He was the kind of genius who could challenge those above his star rank. Moreover, both sides attacked with the simplest and fiercest moves, striving to defeat the other in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the fluctuations of the fierce battle here would easily attract the attention of others. The strength of both sides was evenly matched in a short period of time. It was hard to tell who was stronger. In the fierce battle, it was inevitable that they would be injured. Their strength was constantly being consumed. Chumu kept a close watch. Although he had decided to hide, it would be wrong to not accept this kind of person who came knocking on his door. After a fierce battle, neither side could do anything to the other. As they fought, they gradually calmed down. They knew that if they continued to fight like this, the outcome would not be decided. They were afraid that they would be wiped out by the people who came over. They slowly retreated and stared at the other side with incomparable vigilance, preventing the other party from attacking again. Chumu could not help but feel that it was a pity that they did not continue to fight. However, this also showed that these two people were still very rational. Still want to leave? Stay here. Suddenly, there was a sudden change. From the other side, a figure flew out from behind a huge tree. Sword light poured down like rain, instantly enveloping the 7-star sword of Gojosian. The one who suddenly attacked was a 9-star sword of Gojosian. The 9-star sword of Gojosian was very powerful. Even if the 7-star sword of Gojosian had reacted, it could not resist and was defeated in one strike. Once defeated, the sword of Gojosian was naturally plundered. There were a total of 2 strands, which made the 9-star sword of Gojosian very happy. On the other side, the 8-star sword of Gojosian had already turned around and was about to leave when the 9-star sword of Gojosian attacked him. However, he was intercepted by another 9-star sword of Gojosian and was unexpectedly defeated and robbed of his soldier chi. The 2 9-star sword of Gojosian met. Their gazes collided, and there seemed to be a shattering sound in the air. It was estimated that the opponent had at least 5 strands of soldier chi. If they could defeat the opponent and rob him of his soldier chi, they would be able to accumulate more than 10 strands. Moreover, when they scanned the area with their divine senses, they did not find any other spies. Chumu had used the Nyenji Void technique in time. His comprehension was amazing, and he learned this technique very quickly. After using it a few more times, he became more familiar with it. Even the 9-star sword of Gojosian's divine senses could not find him. The 9-star sword of Gojosian was definitely the strongest batch of recruits. Being selected to participate in the one-on-one battle also meant that they had a better grasp of the training content than the others. There were 1,000 participants, and there were only 20 or 39 star, sort of Gojosian. It was not easy to meet in such a big forest. Even if there was another 9-star sort of Gojosian, it would at most be a 3-on-1 battle. With great strength came great confidence. There was no need to say more. There was only one battle. The 2 9-star sort of Gojosian had set each other as their target. Because there were 20 or 39-star sort of Gojosian here, but there were only 3 spots. This meant that the 9-star sort of Gojosian had to fight with each other. Since they had met, they would fight. The 9-star sort of Gojosian was indeed a 9-star sort of Gojosian. Even if a part of its power was consumed, it was still very fierce when it fought. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, it was filled with terrifying sword wind. The sword wind was so fierce that it left sword marks in the air in the dark forest. His attacks were extremely fierce. Not only was his sword technique fast, but it was also very powerful. The surrounding trees were all attacked and collapsed. Chu Mu hid in the grass and raised his perfect sword touch to the extreme. All the airflow fluctuations around him were all sensed by his body. This could prevent him from being attacked from behind. Sword touch was to use one's skin to feel the airflow fluctuations in the air. Unless it was a ghost, otherwise, no matter how strong one's stealth ability was, it would cause airflow fluctuations and be sensed by Chu Mu. The 2 9-star sort of Gojosian fought fiercely. Even if they tried their best to suppress it, the commotion was still not small. It still attracted some of the recruits to come over and wait. The scene began to become chaotic. Many people were hiding. Some of the more unlucky ones were directly affected by the fierce battle between the 2 9-star sort of Gojosian. However, the forest was very big. The commotion here was not small, but not everyone could sense it. Those who were far away could not sense it. Some people who sensed it and wanted to come over stealthily encountered other stealthy people. After discovering each other, it was inevitable that a fierce battle would break out. Battles were taking place everywhere in the forest. Those who wanted to be the fishermen had more choices. The 2 9-star sort of Gojosian seemed to have used up too much energy and could not hold on. Suddenly, the lurkers could not help but attack. They did not expect that it was a trap. Those who attacked were naturally killed by the 2 9-star sort of Gojosian. After the lurkers were killed, the 2 9-star sort of Gojosian fought fiercely again. Chu Mu could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had restrained his impulse to attack. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the others. His only 2 soldier auras were stolen, and he would be disqualified. From the beginning, Chu Mu had been hiding. He was very good at hiding. Not only did he skillfully apply the various skills that he had been trained in, but he also fully displayed his own advantages. After fighting fiercely for a while, the 2 9-star sort of Gojosian finally won. The one who was defeated had his soldier aura stolen, while the one who won was panting. He had used up most of his energy. The defeated 9-star sort of Gojosian strode away. Chu Mu carefully observed. The 9-star sort of Gojosian looked tired. It had indeed used up a lot of energy. So, the other 9-star sort of Gojosian must have also used up a lot of energy. Continuing to observe, the victorious 9-star sort of Gojosian stood in place and adjusted his breathing for a while. However, he could not recover his energy. He could only conserve it. He took a step forward and used stealth, preparing to leave this place. Coincidentally, he was heading in the direction of Chu Mu. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed. In an instant, he prepared to attack. That was because the 9-star sort of Gojosian had come stealthily from the front. If Chu Mu didn't move, he would definitely encounter him. At that time, the 9-star sort of Gojosian would definitely erupt with another attack. And if Chu Mu tried to flee, he would cause some commotion and be discovered by the 9-star sort of Gojosian. Thinking about it, the only way to catch the 9-star sort of Gojosian off guard was to take him by surprise. His energy slowly circulated within his body, and his muscles began to tremble. A powerful energy was brewing within. Chu Mu didn't keep staring at the 9-star sword of Gojoseon. That was because the intuition of experts was very strong. If he kept staring, he would be sensed. Even without using his eyes, Chu Mu could clearly see the 9-star sword of Gojoseon's every movement. He could feel it from the fluctuations in the air. Silently calculating, step by step, Chu Mu's heart suddenly moved. Chu Mu's strength instantly condensed and then exploded. Indestructible sword intent and the power of laws, divine desolate sword essence and tyrannical physical strength. Inch step, inch sword, grade 2 sword force. This sword was currently Chu Mu's strongest sword. It was a sword that gathered all of his energy to Shang's sword. He could only win. The 9-star sword of Gojoseon had gone through a few big battles. His energy had been greatly depleted, and he was also a little tired. He silently adjusted his breathing and planned to leave this place. Unexpectedly, the moment he entered the grass, what greeted him was a cold and dazzling sword light. Silently, that indescribably sharp sword light was like a divine light that pierced through time and space. In an instant, it was right in front of him. It was a light silver with gold mixed within. As the gold and silver intertwined, it revealed a terrifying sharpness that could pierce through anything. It was incomparable. At this critical moment, there was no time to be shocked. Relying on his instincts, the 9-star sword of Gojoseon quickly dodged to the side. His right hand quickly moved and grabbed the sword hilt. The sharp sword was about to be unsheathed and counterattacked. The godlike sword seemed to have predicted his dodging. The sword trembled and instantly deviated from its original trajectory. Its speed increased by 10% as it fiercely thrust forward. The combination of inch step and inch sword, the speed of the sword was too fast. Furthermore, it was caught off guard. If the 9-star sword of Gojoseon was at his peak, he could have dodged or blocked it. But with his energy being greatly depleted and having gone through a few battles, it was already very lucky for him to be able to dodge it once with his instincts. The shadow of death loomed over him. The 9-star sword of Gojoseon thought that he was going to die this time. He only felt a piercing coldness between his eyebrows, as if it had penetrated his brain. In an instant, his whole brain seemed to be frozen. His thoughts were frozen, and he could not react at all. He only felt that his soul seemed to be frozen. Chu Mu naturally would not take his opponent's life. What he wanted was only his opponent's weapon aura. The tip of the sword that was about to pierce the 9-star sword of Gojoseon moved to the side. With a twist of his wrist, the sword burst out in the way of the inch sword and directly slashed the side of the 9-star sword of Gojoseon's head. With a bang, his body spun 720 degrees in the air and fell to the ground. He was dizzy. For a moment, he only felt that the side of his head was burning and swollen. There was a buzzing sound in his head. He was dizzy, as if he had been hit by a giant beast of the starry sky. In this situation, the 9-star sword of Gojoseon was naturally defeated by Chu Mu's sword. All of his weapon aura was plundered by Chu Mu. After plundering the weapon aura, Chu Mu did not stop. He quickly sneaked away. The 9-star sword of Gojoseon did not even know what the person who had attacked him looked like. The battalion commander and the others who were watching were all dumbfounded. They kept replaying the scene in their minds that Chu Mu had unleashed the most powerful sword attack. Chapter 11:12. His face was slightly pale. He tried his best to use small skills to save energy, but he still felt weaker and weaker. This was the 5th day and also the last day of the individual battles. After 5 consecutive days, just the consumption of energy from the forest alone was enough to cause everyone's energy to be greatly depleted. Adding on the consumption of energy from using their swords in battle, every recruit who had not yet been eliminated felt exhausted on this day. On the 5th day, there were still 93 recruits who had not been eliminated, and Chu Mu was one of them. 58 strands of soldier chi. I wonder if I can get into the top 3? Chu Mu lurked on the trunk of a big tree, covered by the dense branches and leaves. He restrained his aura fluctuation, as if he had become one with the branches and leaves. Over the past few days, Chu-Mu would not let go of any opportunity to attack, although he had adhered to the principle of concealment. After a few attacks, he had seized 57 strands of soldier chi in total. He became increasingly proficient in the application of various skills he had learned in training, such as the skill of adapting to the environment. Although Chu-Mu's cultivation was at the third heaven of Fate realm, the quantity and quality of his sword essence were not inferior to that of the 5-star sword of Gojoseon. Even so, on the 5th day, his sword essence was exhausted. Although the power of his divine thoughts was not exhausted, most of it had been consumed. The swordsmen did not dare to use the remaining sword essence at will, but they did their best to preserve it because they had to keep themselves awake. The 5th day, the last day, was about to come to an end. Han Guang, your team member is not only quick-witted, but also has extraordinary strength and good luck, Lu Kang said with a smile. In a contest like this, strength alone was not enough. Corresponding wisdom and luck were also required. If one was unlucky, strength and wisdom would be of no use. Except for Chu-Mu, the rest of the 93 people who remained in the forest were all high-level sword of Gojoseon. Chu-Mu did not know how many people had been eliminated, but he felt that it would be difficult to get into the top 3 with only 58 soldier chi. Chu-Mu did not want to stop here, so it was necessary to get more soldier chi. Chu-Mu's luck was indeed very good, because a figure was walking slowly towards him. His footsteps were somewhat unsteady, and he stumbled like a drunkard. He leaned against the trunk of the tree that Chu-Mu was hiding in and gasped for breath. Not long after, the swordsman slipped and fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, he fell unconscious. His divine sense had been used up, so he could not stay awake. Chu-Mu paid close attention to his surroundings again. He did not use his spiritual sense, but instead he used the listening sword. All the sounds within a few hundred meters were transmitted into his ears. Since no one else was near, Chu-Mu took the opportunity to slide down the trunk silently and directly rob the unconscious swordsman of his soldier chi. 30 soldier chi made Chu-Mu's total reach 88 soldier chi. Chu-Mu still felt that it was not enough. He needed more, so he left stealthily and continued to search for his next target. As time passed, his strength became more and more exhausted. Chu-Mu was relying on his physical strength to move. His physical strength had become more and more tyrannical after many rounds of refinement. Even the 9-star sword of Gojoseon, who did not focus on body refinement, were inferior to him. Coupled with the vigorous vitality of the wood origin, Chu-Mu's physical strength became stronger and his physical strength recovered faster. When he was not fighting, he was about the same as the power of the forest. In the darkness, 2 sword light tore and collided with each other like cold lightning. Countless sparks flew like brilliant fireworks. The sword art was supported by pure physical strength. Sword and sword clashed, and each sword was dangerous. The sword light intertwined in the air, revealing a shocking coldness. On one side of the battle was Chu-Mu, and on the other side was an advanced sword of Gojoseon. He seemed to have trained his physical strength, so his strength was even more tyrannical than the sword of Gojoseon at the same level. He was almost on par with Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu's expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. He could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's sword. In an instant, he seized the opportunity and unleashed his inch sword. With one slash, Chu-Mu obtained 43 soldier auras, which increased his soldier aura count to 131. By now, every swordsman's sword origin had basically been used up. Their spiritual sense had also been greatly depleted. There was not much left, so they did not dare to use their sword intent or the power of rules. They could only rely on their physical strength. The recruits who had not been eliminated basically all had specially trained their physical strength. They were stronger than the other recruits and had more physical strength. This recruit, called Chu-Mu, is a body-refining sword of Gojoseon. No wonder he could defeat a 5-star sword of Gojosian with such a low cultivation. It seems that his attainments in body refining are extraordinary. A deputy battalion commander nodded and said, "Hand over your soldier chi." In front of Chu Mu, an advanced sword of Gojosian panted and said to Chu Mu. What answered him was a swift sword light from the forest, flying like a bolt of lightning. By now, everyone who was still in the forest had greatly exhausted their physical strength. They would not act rashly. Chu Mu's decisive attack surprised his opponent, but he did not panic. Instead, he quickly dodged and counterattacked. However, in front of Chu Mu, who had the inch sword and inch step, such a counterattack was not enough. After defeating his opponent again, he gained 25 soldier chi, making a total of 156 soldier chi. Huff! Huff! Chu Mu leaned against the trunk of a big tree, panting heavily. He was too tired. Even if his physical strength was strong, he could not withstand such exhaustion. He felt weak all over and very uncomfortable. With only a little divine thought left, he began to feel a little dizzy and could not concentrate. Chu Mu believed that in his situation, the others would not be any better. At this point, it was a battle of wills. 218 soldier chi. Chu Mu's mind flashed through the number of soldier chi he had now. A soft sound was heard. Not far away, a figure crawled out of the bushes like a cat. He leaned against a tree trunk and panted heavily. Chu Mu noticed the other party, and the other party also noticed Chu Mu. However, they did not move closer to each other. Although the distance between them was only 20 meters, it took a lot of effort. They did not even speak, waiting for the other party to collapse. Every breath felt as long as a month or a year. It was a battle of wills to see who would collapse first. Every breath became heavier. The weight of the air seemed to have increased tenfold. Some could not hold on and directly fell into the grass, undiscovered. Chu Mu's consciousness became more and more blurred. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. Out of the corner of his eye, he could vaguely see the swordsman 20 meters away. His body was swaying, but he did not fall. He bit the tip of his tongue hard. The pain woke him up a little, but his divine thought was still being consumed. Hold on a little longer. Chu Mu silently reminded himself. Every second felt like a year. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the swordsman 20 meters away wobble. He tried to stand up, but it was useless. He fell down and stopped moving. Chu Mu's face flashed with a smile. With the last of his willpower, he took a step forward. While panting heavily, he walked over step by step. 20 meters was as long as a mortal's 20 meters. Chu Mu's body wobbled. He staggered like a drunkard. His consciousness became more and more blurred. He gritted his teeth and persisted. He kept telling himself that he must stay awake. You said that this kid can steal the other party's soldier chi? In the camp, a captain asked. It's difficult. It should be possible. They had all gone through this stage, so they knew how difficult it was. After walking 20 meters, Chu Mu staggered and couldn't support himself any longer. He directly fell down and almost fainted. However, he stubbornly supported himself. He bit his lips until they bled, and his 10 fingers grabbed onto the ground with difficulty. His 2 legs cooperated and his body crawled forward. Chu Mu was still in the mood to laugh at himself. This was the first time he was in such a difficult situation. After much effort, Chu Mu finally crawled to the opponent's side and stole his soldier aura. There were a total of 46 strands, making Chu Mu's soldier aura reach 264 strands. Although he did not know if he could enter the top 3, Chu Mu knew that he had reached his limit. Even so, he did not pass out. He forced himself to crawl to the bushes and tried his best to remove the traces. He stayed in the bushes and passed out completely. What an amazing willpower! Everyone exclaimed. Not long after, another figure appeared and slowly approached. When he walked past the bushes where Chu Mu was hiding, he found some clues. He also saw the person lying not far away. He tried his best to pay attention to the surroundings. When he got close to the person lying on the ground, he accidentally tripped and fell forward. He could not get up. Dizzy, he felt as if he had become a rootless duckweed, drifting along with the waves. He didn't know how long it would take. Suddenly, Chumu's eyes opened. A sharp light flashed through his eyes as he tried hard to recall. He did not use any strength and directly got up. He felt a little weak. He knew that it was the side effect of overusing his strength. I wonder if I enter the top 3? Chumu thought. Boss Chu, you are finally awake. Zhengbo returned to the barracks. When he saw Chumu, he immediately shouted, "How was the competition?" Chumu asked the most important question. "Congratulations, Boss Chu. You are qualified to participate in the battalion's individual battle." Zhengbo said excitedly, "You are second in terms of the amount of soldier chi you obtained." Chumu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he was in the top 3, he could at least participate in the battalion's individual battle. Who are first and third? Chumu was curious. The first is the 9-star sword of Gojosian, Li Yunfeng. The third is the 7-star sword of Gojosian Du Kuei. Zhengbo said, "Boss Chu." When Zhengbo was about to say something, Han Guang walked in. When he saw Chumu, he first asked Chumu if he felt uncomfortable. Then he asked Chumu to follow him, saying that the battalion commander wanted to see him. Chumu naturally did not refuse. He followed Han Guang to see Lu Kong. Chapter 11:13. The meeting with Camp Commander Lu Kong was not particularly important. Just a few words of encouragement. In addition, Chumu also met Li Yunfeng, who had won first place, and Du Kuei, who had won third place. Both of them were very surprised that Chumu, a Samsung sort of Gojosian, who was only at the 3rd heaven of creation realm, had won second place. At the same time, they also expressed their admiration. Only after experiencing it themselves did they know how difficult it was. For a Samsung sword of Gojosian to persevere until the end and win second place, his hardships were definitely greater than theirs. The 3 of them could be said to have gotten to know each other. The battalion's individual battle was 10 days later. After the camp commander gave some encouragement, he let Chumu and the other 2 return to their respective quarters to rest, cultivate, and adjust themselves to their peak condition. These 10 days were quite important, and to Chumu, these 10 days were of the utmost importance. It had been quite a long time since he started cultivating and had stepped into the 3rd heaven of creation realm. If it were not for the change in his dantian, Chumu would have already cultivated to the 4th or 5th heaven of creation realm. Even so, Chumu still cultivated the divine wilderness sword essence every day, accumulating it over a long period of time. Especially after entering the ancient god world, where the cultivation environment was even better. There was no shortage of primordial elixirs in the past half a year. Every day of cultivation seemed to have absorbed and refined dozens of kilograms of primordial liquid, causing the divine wilderness sword essence to be constantly refined and increased. Now, it had reached the peak of the 3rd heaven of creation realm. Chumu felt that after a few more days of cultivation, he could reach the limit of the 3rd heaven of creation realm. At that time, he could try to break through. Now, the most important thing was to restore his strength. After returning to the barracks, Chumu began to cultivate. It took almost half a day to completely restore the sword essence, physical strength, and divine sense power to their peak. Then, Chumu stopped cultivating and began to meditate on the individual battle. Those 5 days had left an incomparably deep impression on Chumu. Chumu felt that the various small skills he had learned during training were endlessly useful. After meditating, many details became clearer, and Chumu felt that his mastery of various small skills had deepened. On the 2nd day, he began to consume mid-grade primordial elixirs to cultivate. He refined 3 primordial elixirs, which was equivalent to 15 kilograms of primordial liquid. The 3rd day, 4th day, 5th day, on the 7th day, Chu Mu had refined a total of 21 middle-grade yuan pills, which was equivalent to 250 kilograms of yuan liquid. His cultivation had truly reached the limit of third heavenly layer of creation. Next, it was a breakthrough. There was a threshold between the third and fourth layers of creation realm. Even if it was the limit of the third layer, it would not be easy to break through to the fourth layer. Furthermore, Chu Mu's dantian had mutated, making it even more difficult. Under normal circumstances, Chu Mu estimated that he would need at least half a year or even a year to break through. But now it was different. He had the rebirth elixir. Chu Mu did not use the rebirth elixir that Vice Sect leader Bai Chung had given him. He had his own plans. Now was the time to use the rebirth elixir. Every time his cultivation talent improved, it would bring about a complete transformation. His divine sense, physique, cultivation, and other aspects would all be strengthened to a certain extent. Chu Mu planned to use the rebirth elixir to improve his cultivation talent and the changes in his body to break through the shackles between the third and fourth heavens in one fell swoop. When he told his brothers in the barracks that he wanted to break through the bottleneck, the 29 of them immediately took the initiative to protect Chu Mu. They surrounded the barracks to avoid being disturbed. They did not know that breaking through the cultivation bottleneck was just a side effect. The most important thing was to improve one's cultivation talent. After setting up some seals on himself, Chu Mu began to regulate his breathing. After a while, his essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. Chu Mu took out a jade box and opened it. The rebirth elixir lay quietly inside. The elixir flew up automatically and entered Chu Mu's mouth. He swallowed it and it slid into his stomach. The rebirth elixir melted the moment it entered his stomach. It turned into an elixir energy that spread out and filled every part of his body. Chu Mu felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. A cold feeling swept over him, making Chu Mu's body feel like it was intertwined between ice and fire. Hot and cold alternated, scouring back and forth. It constantly went deep into his body and into nothingness. It was as if there was an empty universe in the innermost part of his body. After continuously raising his cultivation talent a few times, Chu Mu gradually felt as if there really was an empty space within his body. It could also be a misconception. After all, cultivation talent was truly too mysterious. Even now, it still hadn't been fully understood by people. The medicinal energy of the rebirth elixir was taking effect. Chu Mu did not forget his goal. He hurriedly circulated the divine wilderness sword essence, and it surged in his meridians. His body was undergoing a metamorphosis. It was an improvement that originated from the deepest part of his cultivation talent. A powerful potential was being unlocked and surged into his body. It was converted into physical strength, sword essence energy, and spiritual sense energy. Chu Mu's body trembled slightly in a rhythmic manner. The air around him also began to ripple. Layers of ripples spread out. The people who were guarding Chu Mu outside the barracks stuck their heads out to take a look before retracting their gazes. Wave after wave of tyrannical aura emanated from Chu Mu's body. It was turbulent. Boss Chu is really amazing. The aura fluctuation of breaking through to the fourth heaven of creation realm is even stronger than breaking through to the fifth heaven, said Zheng Bo. That's our boss Chu. The others all laughed. However, they were all very surprised. Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the third heaven of creation realm, while they were all at the fourth heaven of creation realm. Now, they felt that the aura fluctuation of Chu Mu's breakthrough was even stronger than what they knew. It was comparable to the aura fluctuation of a sixth heaven of creation realm. This was simply unheard of. They thought that the reason why Chu Mu was so strong was because he was a body tempering, sort of Gojosian. Now it seemed that it was not just that. There were other secrets. However, as a genius, who did not have some secrets? If they wanted to dig into other people's secrets, it would only destroy their friendship and even turn them into enemies. At that moment, Han Guang also arrived but was stopped outside by Zheng Bo and the others. "What's going on?" asked Han Guang. "Captain, Boss Chu is breaking through," said Zheng Bo. Han Guang understood and poked his head inside to take a look. Then he retracted his gaze and stood outside the barracks with Zheng Bo and the others to protect Chu Mu. Chu Mu was now Han Guang's pride. A trifling 3-star sword king was able to obtain such good results and participate in the battalion's single soldier great battle. Han Guang's face was also shining. If Chu Mu was able to obtain a top 3 ranking in the battalion's single soldier great battle and obtain a medal, Han Guang would also benefit from it. This would be a significant boost to his future military career. The difference between the 3rd heaven of Creation Realm and the 4th heaven of Creation Realm was very obvious. With his 3rd heaven of Creation cultivation, Chu Mu could get 2nd place in the sub-battalion's individual battle. If he broke through to the 4th heaven of Creation Realm and became stronger, he might be able to get into the top 3 in the battalion's individual battle. Of course, the possibility was very low. After all, the swordsmen who participated in the battalion's individual battle were the elites of their respective sub-battalions. They were the top 3 in the sub-battalion's individual battle and were all very outstanding. The fluctuation of aura spread out of the barracks and outside. There were dozens of people standing outside the barracks, so it was impossible not to attract attention. Anyone who approached was all stopped by Zheng Bo and the others. Chu Mu did not know what was happening outside. He was wholeheartedly immersed in his breakthrough. The medicinal effects of the rebirth elixir continued to spread out and spread throughout his body. It made Chu Mu feel as if the deepest part of his body was undergoing a metamorphosis. This feeling was very comfortable and made him feel as if he was floating. As Chu Mu enjoyed this feeling, he tried his best to control the circulation of the divine wilderness sword essence. His primary goal was to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. The other aspects were secondary. Suddenly, the medicinal effects of the rebirth elixir were depleted. Chu Mu's cultivation talent also broke through the shackles of the 4th grade and rose to the 3rd grade. The increase of a grade represented a huge leap in potential. A large amount of potential gushed out from the deepest part of his body and surged within his body. That potential was like a torrent of the sea, vigorous and vast. The surging potential was like a storm that swept through his body. Under normal circumstances, this large amount of potential would be divided into 3 portions. 1 portion would become the power of his spiritual sense. 1 portion would become the power of his physique, and 1 portion would become the sword essence, allowing the 3 powers to increase. But Chu Mu's goal was to break through to the 4th heaven of Creation Realm. Under his active guidance, half of the potential was rapidly converted into the divine wilderness sword essence. The other half was split in half. 1 portion was absorbed into his body to nourish his physique, while the other portion was absorbed into his spiritual world to strengthen his spiritual sense. With the influx of potential, the divine wilderness sword essence began to change. It was like 1,000 waves that surged and surged, constantly attacking. The shackles between the 3rd heaven of Creation Realm and the 4th heaven of Creation Realm were also shattered in an instant. The feeling of the sky being high and the earth being wide suddenly surged into his heart. After the breakthrough, the divine desolate sword origin, regardless of quality or quantity, had greatly improved. Circulating in his meridians, waves of tyrannical feeling caused Chu Mu's body to explode with an even more tyrannical aura. In an instant, the seals he had set up were all shattered by the surging aura and disappeared. After continuously circulating the divine wilderness sword essence 3 times, Chu Mu quickly took out 3 mid-grade primordial pills and consumed them. They were quickly refined and converted into the divine wilderness sword essence, stabilizing his cultivation that had just broken through. The overflowing aura caused everyone outside the barracks to tremble. They were all inexplicably shocked. That aura was not any weaker than the 6th heaven of Creation Realm. but they knew that the person who had broken through inside was originally at the third heaven of creation realm. After breaking through, he was at the fourth heaven of creation realm and not the sixth heaven of creation realm. They could not help but call him a monstrous genius in their hearts. Han Guang was all smiles. Chapter 1114. The huge fluctuation of aura caused by the breakthrough gradually weakened until it disappeared. Chu Mu opened his eyes, and a strong light flashed through the air like cold lightning, causing the white room to look like it was electrified. It was very shocking. The light was restrained. He stood up and moved his fists and legs. His fists continuously punched out, causing the air to vibrate and shatter, creating bursts of sonic booms. His legs alternated between sweeping and kicking, and each kick seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. It was extremely powerful. The increase in cultivation talent from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade was the leap from the middle 3 grades to the upper 3 grades. The breakthrough in cultivation from the 3rd heavenly layer of creation to the 4th heavenly layer of creation was the leap from the low-level sword of Gojosian to the mid-level sword of Gojosian. Both were bottlenecks. The breakthrough of the first bottleneck unlocked a powerful potential, and when that potential was transformed, it allowed the breakthrough of the second bottleneck to bring about an all-around improvement. With his fists and legs, Chu Mu felt that his physique had become even more tyrannical and powerful. Compared to before, it had increased by at least 50%. That 50% should not be underestimated, because Chu Mu's original physique was already very powerful. If Chu Mu's original strength was 100,000 pounds, with a 50% increase, it would be 50,000 pounds. It would reach 150,000 pounds, which was very powerful. A 50% increase in physique was not only an increase in strength, but also an increase in speed, explosive force, reaction, balance, and other related aspects. It brought about an all-around improvement. Just the strength of my physique alone is enough to fight and even defeat an ordinary 5-star sort of Gojosian. Chu Mu loosened his clenched fists and exhaled, as if he was exhaling wind and thunder. His physique had been strengthened in all aspects, and his cultivation had also broken through from the 3rd heavenly layer of creation to the 4th heavenly layer of creation. The quality and quantity of the divine wilderness sword essence had leaped. Previously, it was comparable to an ordinary 5-star sword of Gojosian, but now it was comparable to an ordinary 6-star sword of Gojosian. Feeling the sword of divine will in his spiritual world, Chu Mu was sincerely delighted. The successive breakthroughs in his cultivation talent and cultivation had caused the power of his divine thought to increase significantly. It was comparable to that of an ordinary sword of Gojosian at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of creation realm. With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to contend with an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu thought to himself and made a summary of his strength after the breakthrough. However, whether it was true or not, he couldn't be 100% sure. However, his current strength was definitely 1 star higher than before. Boss Chu, you've broken through. Chu Mu, congratulations on your breakthrough. Han Guang smiled and said, the stronger you are, the more likely you are to be in the top 3 of the battalion's individual battle. I'll do my best. Chu Mu wasn't arrogant or impatient. Having personally experienced the division battalion's individual soldier battle, Chu Mu understood the difficulty of it better than anyone else. Moreover, the entire battalion's individual soldier battle was the top 3 of the division battalion's individual soldier battle. Each and every one of them was an elite among elites. If one wanted to fight against them and obtain the top 3, the difficulty could be imagined. In fact, not only Chu Mu, but the other soldiers who participated in the individual battle of the sub-battalion were also not very confident that they could be in the top 3. There was still 1 day before the individual battle of the sub-battalion began. Li Yinfeng and Du Kuei came to find him. They did not beat around the bush and directly stated their intentions. Join forces? Chu Mu was taken aback. That's right. Everyone in the individual battle of the sub-battalion is not easy to deal with. If we join forces, our chances will be greater. Du Kuei's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "Since you want to join forces, you must have a complete plan." Chu Mu did not agree or refuse. "It's not clear yet whether we will enter from the same entrance or separately, but no matter what, let's make an agreement. When we meet each other, we will not attack each other. Instead, we will join forces." Li Yunfeng, who was the initiator of the alliance, said with assurance, "Join forces and share the harvest equally." Okay. After thinking for a while, Chu Mu agreed. Presumably, Li Yunfeng was not the only one who had this idea. The others might also have this idea and had already discussed how to join forces. Since they had the intention to join forces, the three of them continued to discuss how to cooperate better in this room. The location of the individual battle of the sub-battalion was in a valley. There were a total of 320 elite recruits participating in the individual battle of the sub-battalion. As expected, everyone entered the valley from different directions. The valley was very big. There were forests, swamps, and other terrains. It was more complicated than the previous forest. Just like the forest, after entering the valley, everyone felt a force descending, which began to weaken their strength. As expected, they did not panic. Instead, they skillfully used the stealth technique and blended into the valley. Every elite recruit who participated in the individual battle of the sub-battalion was the winner of the individual battle of the sub-battalion. Originally, their mastery of various training was more comprehensive than the average recruit. After experiencing the individual battle, their understanding and mastery of various skills had deepened. In the competition of 320 elites, only 3 people could advance. The others could only serve as foils. It was very cruel. Like the individual battle of the sub-battalion, the individual battle of the sub-battalion would last for 5 days. In 5 days, even if they did not fight, their strength would be weakened. In the end, only a small amount of sword origin and divine sense would be left. If there was a battle, it would be different, because the consumption of each battle was different. This experience left a deep impression in Chu Mu's mind. He decided that he would not use his divine sense casually. Instead, he would use the Nianji void technique when someone was searching with their divine sense. Otherwise, his divine sense would not be enough and would be exhausted in advance. The feeling of exhausting his divine sense was still fresh in his memory. Using sword intent and the power of the natural order would also consume a portion of his divine sense, so he had to allocate it more rationally. The divine wilderness sword origin was supplementary, while his physique was the main force. Chu Mu already knew that of the 320 people who participated in the individual battle of the sub-battalion, other than him, the others had the lowest cultivation level. They were at the 7th heaven of Fortune Realm. In terms of cultivation, Chu Mu did not have any advantage. In fact, he was inferior by quite a bit. In terms of divine sense, he was only on par with a portion of them. In terms of physique, there were not many who could contend with him. The way to win was to play to his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. He had to maximize his advantages. The place where Chu Mu entered was a forest. His eyes seemed unfocused, but they were extremely sharp. This was also a small technique that he learned during training. A sharp gaze would cause invisible waves that were easily captured and sensed. By making one's gaze unfocused, it would greatly reduce those waves. However, that kind of unfocused gaze was not truly unfocused, but a form of unfocused gaze. Its essence was still sharp, and it was extremely profound. It was very difficult to grasp it. During the individual battle of the sub-battalion, Chu Mu had not grasped it, but he had now grasped it. The forest was silent, and there was not even the slightest breeze. The branches and leaves seemed to be frozen, but Chu Mu did not notice anything. He used the listening sword in conjunction with the seeing sword. In terms of both vision and hearing, this was what he was best at. Moreover, there was no obvious exhaustion. He only needed to concentrate. After achieving perfection, it was almost instinctive. Compared to the various small techniques that he learned during training, the fifth level of swordsmanship was not inferior at all. It was even superior in some aspects. He used an even more skillful stealth technique and moved stealthily into the forest. This forest was not as wide as the previous one. As he moved stealthily, he removed his traces and paid attention to the movements around him. Suddenly, Chu-Mu stopped and closed his eyes, allowing the listening sword to reach its peak without being disturbed. Immediately, all the sounds around him were absorbed into his ears. Chu-Mu distinguished the various minute sound waves. There's a battle. After 10 breaths, Chu-Mu made a judgment and carefully moved in the direction of the sound. When he got closer, he discovered that it was a battle between a swordsman and a python. Only then did Chu-Mu understand that there were not only human swordsmen in this valley, but there were also spirit beasts. This kind of environment was even more cruel than the individual battle of the sub-battalion. This was because, in addition to fighting against other elite recruits, he also had to pay attention to spirit beasts. Sometimes spirit beasts were not something that could be avoided. It was unavoidable to fight with spirit beasts. Even if one could successfully kill a spirit beast, it would exhaust one's own strength. However, this kind of environment was more realistic. Thinking about it, this was only a competition and not a true life and death battle. If it were in the outside world, wandering between life and death, anything could happen. It would only be more cruel than this. Chu-Mu was not in a hurry to make a move. This was because his listening sword allowed him to hear other sounds. There were 2 other human swordsmen approaching and hiding in the surroundings, preparing to be the fishermen. Chu-Mu had discovered their existence, and they had also discovered each other. However, they did not discover Chu-Mu's existence. The swordsman fighting the green python was an 8-star sort of Gojosian. As he fought, he also paid attention to the movements around him. When he sensed that there were people hiding nearby, he felt a little anxious. With a thought, he quickly moved toward one of the spies, intending to bring the python spirit beast over to cause chaos. His actions were very fast. In this way, he did indeed drag one of the spies into the water. The other one was also dragged into the water. Now, it became 3 swordsmen fighting against the green python spirit beast. The green python spirit beast was indeed powerful. However, under the siege of the 3 swordsmen, it was quickly killed. Since the 3 swordsmen had appeared, they naturally did not leave. Instead, they began to fight. Coincidentally, the 3 of them were all 8-star sort of Gojosian. Their strength was equally matched. In the chaotic battle, the surrounding trees were all destroyed. Fortunately, Chu-Mu was quite far away and was not affected. He was waiting for the battle to end. When the battle ended, they would definitely be weakened significantly. At that time, he would launch an attack. Perhaps he could obtain 3 strands of soldier chi. However, Chu-Mu soon found that his calculations were wrong. After a few exchanges, the 3 of them realized that their strength was almost the same. It would be difficult to defeat each other. At the same time, they all chose to retreat. After being vigilant, they slowly sneaked into the bushes and left. Chapter 11:15. Perhaps it was a change of nature, or perhaps it was deliberate. Regardless, it could not change the current reality. The pitter-patter of rain fell from the sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds, dark and gloomy, as if it was about to collapse, making the valley even more depressing. Whether it was the forest, the river, or the swamp, as long as it was within the range of the valley, it was all covered by heavier and heavier raindrops. The rain gradually became a torrential downpour. As the torrential rain poured down, bean-sized raindrops fell and landed on the tree leaves, emitting papa sounds. The raindrops rose and fell one after another, linking together into one, causing the originally dim forest to become even dimmer. This affected one's vision to a certain extent and also affected everyone's judgment. In such an environment, the difficulty of using all kinds of skills was obviously increased. The appearance of spirit beasts was even more dangerous. With the protective sword aura, it ensured that they would not be drenched by the torrential downpour, but the countless dense raindrops interfered with their judgment. Chu Mu hid on a tall tree, at the densest part of the branches and leaves, as if he had become one with the branches and leaves. He closed his eyes and stimulated the sword, listening to the extreme. The sound of raindrops falling on the leaves, on the tree trunk, and on the ground alternated. When it fell into the ears, it was like a unique melody. It was even more difficult to distinguish the sounds related to the swordsmen of the human clan in such an interfered environment. For Chu Mu, it was a great challenge. No one knew how long the torrential downpour would last. Most of the elite recruits chose to hide temporarily, because moving in the torrential downpour would undoubtedly increase the consumption of energy. However, after a day, the torrential downpour showed no signs of abating, but the temperature of the air dropped significantly. An ordinary person would directly be frozen to death. Even the sword of Gojoseon felt the chill invading his body, accelerating the consumption of his body heat. This group of recruits don't know that the torrential downpour will continue until the end of the confrontation. In the headquarters, the battalion commander, deputy battalion commander, and the battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders of the various sub-battalions all let out unscrupulous laughter. In front of them, there were hundreds of interfaces, and each interface clearly displayed every elite recruit. For example, Chu Mu was hiding in the dense branches of the giant trees. Some were hiding in the cracks of the rocks, some were hiding in the bushes, and some were hiding in the soil as if they were hiding in the earth, etc. The battalion commanders were evaluating everyone's concealment abilities. Based on the performance of each new recruit, the battalion commanders would give a score in their hearts. These scores would be used in the end. It looks like this storm won't stop anytime soon. Chu Mu thought to himself. He didn't immediately take action. His goal was the top 3, Starlight, Haoyue, and Blazing Sunday. But now only one day had passed. There were still 4 days until the end of the confrontation. Even if there was a battle, the elite recruits still had a lot of strength left. Chu Mu planned to wait until the last day before taking action. There were quite a few elite recruits who had the same idea as Chu Mu, but the majority of them had already taken action. Different personalities determined different ways of doing things. Chu Mu, who was hiding, didn't even notice a green snake spirit beast winding on the tree trunk. This made the eyes of many battalion commanders light up, and they gave Chu Mu high marks for his concealment. Chu Mu also didn't pay attention to the green snake spirit beast, because it gave him the feeling that it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even if he killed it, he wouldn't get any soldier chi. The green snake spirit beast wound its way over Chu Mu's shoulder, and didn't notice that Chu Mu was actually a living person. At this time, his heartbeat seemed to have stopped, and the flow of his blood seemed to have stopped. His whole body felt cold, as if he had entered a state of hibernation. This state reduced all of Chu Mu's consumption to the lowest. Other people who chose to continue hiding like Chu Mu, but no one could do what Chu Mu did. Even the battalion commander secretly nodded. An outstanding recruit. The battalion commander said in a low voice. Indeed, this is something that many veterans can't do. The deputy battalion commander also nodded, because that required absolute control of one's body. In terms of body control, if Chu Mu was ranked second among the recruits, no one could be ranked first. Right now, Chu Mu was also in a strange state. He could feel all the movements around him, but it also felt like he was separated from the surrounding environment, leaving the world and becoming an independent entity. It also felt like he had merged with the surrounding environment. A very contradictory feeling arose spontaneously. It was as if his soul was out of his body. He vaguely understood that this state was rare. Even if someone passed by below, Chu Mu didn't make the slightest movement. For the first time, he had such an experience. He looked down at himself from a certain height and understood everything about himself more deeply. Chu Mu didn't know how he entered this state. He just tried his best to restrain all the fluctuations of his aura, consciously controlling the beating of his heart and the flow of his blood. He also used the listening sword to carefully observe the movements around him, under the rhythm of the falling raindrops. He gradually entered this state. The feeling of having complete control over every part of his body made Chu-Mu addicted to it, unable to extricate himself. Time passed little by little, and the rain was still pouring down. Some people obtained soldier chi, and some were defeated and eliminated. Whenever someone was defeated and eliminated, the corresponding interface in the battalion would close and disappear. There were originally 320 interfaces, but now more than 100 had disappeared, leaving more than 200. The second day passed, and another part of the interface disappeared. The third day passed, and another part of the interface disappeared. The fourth day passed. The last day was also the fifth day. Those who were hiding left their hiding places and took action. They preserved more strength. Although he was a little reluctant, Chu-Mu still got out of this strange state. This was the last day. It was as if his soul had returned to his body. At first, he felt a little strange, but after moving a little, his heart seemed to have recovered and his blood flowed again. He quickly mastered it. After 15 minutes, Chu-Mu had complete control over his body. He also felt that his control over his body seemed to have improved to a new level. My sword origin is at the third sky of Fate Realm. My physical strength can also fight against a 4-star sword of Gojosian. The power of my divine thoughts is at the level of a 6-star sword of Gojosian. Carefully feeling his remaining strength, Chu-Mu was secretly delighted. He hadn't fought for a long time, and by chance he entered that strange state, which reduced the consumption of his strength to the minimum. That was why Chu-Mu could retain more strength. With a thought, his body left the trunk and landed lightly. This feeling of being able to do as he pleased was stronger than before. It was a direct reflection of the improvement in his control over his body. With a thought, Chu-Mu could control his heartbeat at will. It could slow down or speed up. The speed of his blood flow was also completely under his control. In addition to the above improvement, Chu-Mu also found that when he performed sword sight or sword hearing, he had a feeling of transcendence. It was as if he had surpassed the previous perfection and reached a higher level. His survival ability soared. In the middle of the action, Chu-Mu suddenly stopped. In an instant, the undying sacred sword appeared in his hand. He quickly slashed to the right. The tip of the sword swept past a few raindrops, cutting them in the middle. As the reflected light flickered, a figure suddenly appeared under Chu-Mu's sword. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and it took the initiative to collide with his sword. This sword was infused with all kinds of power. Under the head-on attack, the figure was directly knocked down. How did you know? The unlucky elite recruit who was knocked down by Chu-Mu was an 8-star sword of Gojosian. He was lurking nearby and happened to catch a glimpse of Chu-Mu passing by. He planned to attack, but the attack failed and he was defeated. Chu-Mu didn't talk nonsense with him. He directly plundered his opponent's soldier aura. There were 4 of them. Chu-Mu suddenly had 5 soldier aura. After getting the soldier aura, he quickly left. His performance was seen by many of the battalion commanders. What a fast reaction! A battalion commander exclaimed. It should be a very keen intuition, the chief commander whispered. The main battalion commander said in a low voice. Through an interface, what one could see was limited. For example, when Chu-Mu used his sword strength before, due to the cover of the grass and the interface, it wasn't clear. Therefore, no one knew that he had grasped a second-level sword strength. But some people, like the chief commander, had sharp eyes. He pondered, as if he was about to make a decision. Chu-Mu knew that the reason why he could defeat the 8-star sword of Gojosian with one sword was that he entered that special state which made his spirit, chi and spirit sublimated, and that he consumed little energy, while his opponent's energy was greatly depleted. In addition, his opponent intended to attack him, but he didn't expect that he would be detected. Next, Chu-Mu met his second opponent, a 7-star sword of Gojosian. He easily defeated him and took 2 soldier auras. The third opponent was a powerful 9-star sword of Gojosian. His attainment in body refining was even higher than Chu-Mu's. Chu-Mu fought with him and found that he couldn't defeat him, so he made a prompt decision to retreat. The 9-star sword of Gojosian's energy was greatly depleted. He didn't chase after Chu-Mu because Chu-Mu was too fast. After escaping quickly, Chu-Mu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to look for clues in stealth to find his target. The elite recruits who participated in the single combat of the battalion were all very outstanding. Those who could last until the 5th day could be regarded as the best of the best. After all, even if they were hiding, it was not necessarily safe. As for the cooperation with Li Yunfeng and Du Kuei, it didn't happen because Chu-Mu had been hiding for 4 days. Now he didn't know whether Li Yunfeng and Du Kuei were still in the valley or had been eliminated. Time continued to pass, and another half a day passed. There was only half a day left until the end. Chu-Mu was a bit anxious because he didn't obtain much soldier aura. Chapter 11:16. Time's up. The individual battle is over. A loud and clear voice rang out above the valley. Immediately after, everyone felt the strange power that enveloped them disappear in an instant. The consumption of energy also stopped instantly. It's over. Chu-Mu exhaled. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. His divine wilderness sword essence had not been used up. It was equivalent to the first sky of creation realm. He had more physical strength left, and he still had a lot of divine sense power. If he distributed it properly, it was not impossible for him to continue fighting for half a day. However, his opponents were all very strong. Chu-Mu's biggest disadvantage was that his cultivation was too weak. The gap was too obvious. It was over. The remaining people left the valley one after another. There were a total of 28 people. The top 3 were born from these 28 people. These 28 people did not fall into a coma. They seemed to be in good condition. Therefore, they did not rest and went straight to the headquarters. The battalion commander, deputy battalion commander, and the other battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders all left the headquarters and came to a huge open space outside. There was a stage there. Chu-Mu and the other 27 elite soldiers walked up the stage, one after the other. The large captains, medium captains, and small captains of each team were all summoned. The reason why they did not summon the new recruits was that there were millions of new recruits. This open space was not enough to accommodate them all. Moreover, it would take more time to summon all of them. Even if they only summoned the squad leaders, there were more than 10,000 people. The main battalion commander was a large man with a face full of sideburns. His eyes were wide open and radiant. He swept his eyes over the 28 people and paused slightly on Chu-Mu's face. Chu-Mu didn't know if it was an illusion, but the main battalion commander seemed to have faintly nodded at him. "Take out your soldier chi," the battalion commander said. There was an unquestionable power in his voice. The 28 of them used their minds to activate their soldier chi. Streams of soldier chi rose from their bodies and slithered around like spiritual snakes. While activating the soldier chi, the 28 elite recruits also looked at the others. With a glance, Chu-Mu knew that he had no chance to be in the top 3. He had 38 wisps of weapon aura. Most of the other 27 people had lesser weapon aura than him, but a few of them had more weapon aura than him. There were only 3 medals and only 3 spots, so he felt a bit sad. No matter what the reason was, one of his goals in participating in the individual battle was to obtain those 3 medals. However, since he was unable to obtain them, then so be it. At least compared to the others who did not obtain them, his gains could be said to be much greater. He had entered that strange state by chance. After several days of recovery, his essence, energy, and spirit had broken through their original limits and reached a new height. His control over his body had also increased to a new level. To put it simply, under the same physical strength, Chu Mu's earthquake force was much more powerful than before. This was a direct increase in strength. Such a harvest was already very great. After calming himself down, Chu Mu's gaze also regained its indifference. Now, award the medals to the top 3. The battalion commander announced. The deputy battalion commander stood up and walked to one of the top 3. Congratulations, Wei Shiji, with 46 wisps of weapon aura. You won the 3rd place in the individual battle. This Star Brilliance medal is yours. A light golden medal in the shape of a quadrangular star appeared in the deputy battalion commander's hand. He put it in Wei Shiji's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Continue to work hard and become the backbone of our human clan regiment. Yes, deputy battalion commander. Wei Shiji straightened up and responded loudly, his blood boiling. The deputy battalion commander nodded with a smile and walked to another person. Zhang Wufeng, with 59 wisps of weapon aura. Congratulations on winning the 2nd place in the individual battle. This bright moon medal is yours. The deputy battalion commander took out a bright silver medal in the shape of a crescent moon and handed it to Zhang Wufeng. Then he patted him on the shoulder. Keep up the good work and strengthen yourself. Yes, deputy battalion commander. Zhang Wufeng straightened his body and a strong aura rose. His voice was like thunder. The last person was named Tang Ru, a very elegant name. His appearance was also as elegant as his name. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and there was a faint smile on his face. Chu Mu recognized him because he had fought with Tang Ru not long ago. Although his strength had been greatly consumed, Tang Ru was still very powerful. Chu Mu couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, he was suppressed and put in a disadvantageous position. However, Tang Ru couldn't defeat Chu Mu, so he stopped in the end. Tang Ru got a golden red medal, which looked like a burning sun, the Star Brilliance medal, the Bright Moon medal, and the Blazing Sun medal. Countless eyes were fixed on the 3 medals. Those captains were all envious. On the other hand, the squad leaders of the new recruits who had received the medals were grinning from ear to ear. People around them were constantly congratulating them. In their military career, this was also a meritorious achievement. Recruits, don't be complacent. This is just the beginning. A loud voice suddenly sounded. It was the battalion commander. Make good use of all the skills you have learned here. It will allow you to survive better. After saying that, the battalion commander suddenly stood up and strode towards the 28 recruits. He paced back and forth in front of the recruits with a strange smile on his face. Newbies, do you know that other than the 3 medals of Star, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sun, there is actually a 4th medal? The chief battalion commander had a strange smile on his face. His words startled everyone. The deputy battalion commander and the other battalion commanders were also startled. Their bodies trembled and they straightened their backs. They thought of something, and each one of them showed a face of surprise. So the battalion commander already had this plan. The deputy battalion commander muttered to himself in a low voice. He had a look of enlightenment on his face. The 4th medal. The eyes of Chu Mu and the other 25 elite soldiers who didn't get the medals lit up. The battalion commander mentioned the 4th medal. Did this mean that they still had a chance to get the so-called 4th medal? If the battalion commander didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about the existence of the medal. A battalion commander whispered. That's right. It's been several decades since that medal appeared. Only the battalion commander has the right to decide who gets the medal. In the past, he probably felt that no one deserved it. This time, someone's performance has made the battalion commander appreciate it. Who do you think it will be? The battalion commanders and deputy battalion commanders whispered. Although their voices weren't loud, they were still heard by Chu Mu and the others. They all looked at the battalion commander. They are right. Whether the 4th medal is awarded or not is up to me. It is my soul, right? The battalion commander admitted bluntly. This medal has nothing to do with the amount of soldier aura gained. If you want to get this medal, you have to get my approval. This medal is called the Best Recruit Medal. The battalion commander smiled. The recruit who can get this medal is the one with the most potential among the recruits. Now I announce that the recruit who got the Best Recruit Medal is... The battalion commander paused, and his eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 25 people. Suddenly, everyone became nervous because they all wanted to get this medal. Among the captains below, more than 20 of them also became nervous. That was their team member who got the Best Recruit Medal. They also had the same honor. The Best Recruit Medal is... A name came out from the battalion commander's mouth. His loud voice resounded in the surroundings and clearly fell into everyone's ears. Chu Mu! Hearing his name, Chu Mu's heart suddenly jumped. There was an indescribable feeling that spread throughout his body. When the others heard that it wasn't their name, their hearts suddenly fell. There was an indescribable sense of loss. The Best Recruit Medal, a dark gold medal, appeared in the hands of the battalion commander. It was in the shape of a sword, about the size of a pinky finger. It was thick and had a texture, and it emitted a unique aura. Chu Mu, I think highly of you. Don't let down this honor. The battalion commander said to Chu Mu with a serious face. Yes, battalion commander. Chu Mu seemed to be affected. His face also became serious. He put his feet together and straightened his body. He received the Best Recruit Medal with both hands. At that moment, it was as if he was carrying something. After handing the Best Recruit Medal to Chu Mu, the battalion commander seemed to have completed something entrusted to him. His expression relaxed, but it was also a little complicated. After that, it was nothing more than a few words of encouragement, and then he announced the end of the individual battle. Everyone got up and left. Chu Mu, congratulations. Han Guang smiled sincerely. I never thought that you would be able to get the Best Recruit Medal. Captain Han, if it weren't for your wholehearted teaching, I wouldn't have been able to get this medal. Chu Mu smiled slightly. It's the same teaching, but you're the only one to get the Best Recruit Medal. This is your talent, Han Guang said. He didn't take credit because that was the truth. Chu Mu didn't push the credit back and forth. Instead, he asked about the Best Recruit Medal. Captain Han, what's the difference between the Best Recruit Medal and the Starlight, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sun medals? It's hard for me to say. The Starlight, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sun medals are given out in every recruit training. As for the Best Recruit Medal, it's decided by the battalion commander. It's based on a recruit's potential. This is the first Best Recruit Medal in the past 40 years. Han Guang said, if the Starlight, Bright Moon, and Blazing Sun medals represent the results of training, then the Best Recruit Medal represents potential. The battalion commander gave you the Best Recruit Medal, which means that he thinks you have the most potential among the recruits. I'm also looking forward to seeing how far you can go in the future. Chapter 1117. The news of Chu Mu receiving the Best Recruit Medal quickly spread. Chu Mu's team members were overjoyed. Some people were overjoyed, while others were jealous. They felt that a mere 3-star, 4-star sort of Gojosian was able to receive the Best Recruit Medal. It was too unfair, but this was the recruit camp, and the battalion commander was the highest authority. Even if they were jealous, they did not dare to show it. In order to celebrate Chu Mu's Best Recruit Award, the members of the 88th Recruit Camp's 8th Team's 8th Squadron's 8th Team each took out their treasured delicacies and fine wine. Small team leader Han Guang was also invited. The 31 people were bustling with noise and excitement. After today, we will be separated. I don't know where we will go, but we are still brothers. We are brothers of the 88th Recruit Camp's 8th Company's 8th Squad. Let me toast you all. Zhang Bo raised his wine cup and said loudly, Brothers, cheers. Drink. The same scene played out in the other squad's barracks. Although none of them received the medal, it was not a celebration, but a final gathering before parting. Because after this, they would leave the sword-casting star and become real soldiers. Chu Mu did not know how much wine he had drunk, but after waking up he felt a slight headache. This was something that had not happened for a long time. Taking a deep breath, he activated the divine wilderness sword energy. After adjusting his breathing, all the discomfort disappeared and he felt refreshed. "Chu Mu, you're awake. Come with me." Han Guang walked into the barracks and saw Chu Mu. He immediately shouted. Under Han Guang's lead, Chu Mu came to the headquarters. In the headquarters, there was the battalion commander and vice battalion commander. In addition, there were 3 middle-aged men wearing different colored armors. They had a unique aura that made them stand out. Tang Ru, Zhang Wufeng, and Wei Shiji were also present. Adding Chu Mu, there were a total of 9 people. When Chu Mu entered, everyone's gaze fell on him. The 3 middle-aged men wearing different armors were startled. Their eyes flashed as if they could see through Chu Mu, giving him a huge pressure. He guarded his heart and remained unmoved. His expression was normal. "Old Liu, you've retained this privilege for several decades. Don't make a mistake." The middle-aged man in blood-red armor laughed. The battalion commander's surname was Liu. Every battalion commander had a chance to choose the best recruit, so it was very precious. The middle-aged man in the blood-red armor meant that Chu Mu's cultivation was too low, and he doubted that he would win the Best Recruit award. Don't forget that the best recruit is based on potential, not temporary strength, the battalion commander said with a smile. Even if that's the case, his cultivation is still too low, and the time needed to nurture him is too long. The purple-golden-armored middle-aged man said in a regretful tone, "It's not suitable for the Sword God Imperial Guard." The chief battalion commander smiled and looked at Chu Mu and the other 3. "The 4 of you are the 4 most outstanding people among the 3 million new recruits. Therefore, you have rights that the other recruits do not have." The chief battalion commander said, "These 3 are from the 3 most famous legions of the Sword God Legion. They are the Sword God Imperial Guard, the Sword Judgment Army, and the Bloodlight Army." The purple-golden-armored middle-aged man was from the Sword God Imperial Guard, the black-golden-armored middle-aged man was from the Sword Judgment Army, and the red-armored middle-aged man was from the Bloodlight Army. The chief battalion commander did not introduce their positions in their respective legions, but it should not be low. Chu Mu and the other 3 were the most outstanding recruits. But besides Chu Mu, Tang Ru's cultivation was at the 9th heaven of Fate Realm. Zhang Wufeng's cultivation was also at the 9th heaven of Fate Realm. Wei Shiji's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th heaven of Fate Realm. And Chu Mu's cultivation was at the early stage of the 4th heaven of Fate Realm. He was not even at the peak of the early stage. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation gap between the 4th heaven of Fate Realm and the 9th heaven of Fate Realm was 100,000 times. To cultivate from the 4th heaven of Fate Realm to the 9th heaven of Fate Realm, one would need to absorb and refine a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth and spend a lot of time. The deputy chief battalion commander gave Chu Mu and the other 3 a simple introduction about the 3 legions. These 3 legions were the most famous and the most special among all the legions. The Sword God Imperial Guard was a legion that guarded the Sword God Hall. They were the elites of the legion. Every official soldier in the Sword God Imperial Guard had at least the 1st heaven of Nirvana realm cultivation. Their strength was much stronger than ordinary 1st heaven of Nirvana realm cultivators. For example, if Tang Ru and the others chose to join the Sword God Imperial Guard, they could only be reserve soldiers at the beginning. After training and breaking through to the Nirvana realm, they could be promoted to official Imperial Guards. The Sword Judgment Legion was a special legion that roamed the star field. They eliminated all enemies that threatened the survival of the human race. Of course, they were not omnipotent. For example, the Sword Judgment Legion did not know of the existence of the evil dragon pirate gang that had robbed Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu also did not know where the evil dragon star was. Every star field was very large. Some of the planets with life were very remote and difficult to reach. The last legion was the Bloodlight Legion. It was directly under the Blood Sword Legion. It could be said that it was the most dangerous legion because it was the legion that fought at the front line. Its enemy was not the star pirates but the alien race. Other than these 3 legions, there were other legions. Unlike these 3 special legions, most of the new recruits would go to them. They would serve in the Demon Sword Legion for 10 years. Think about it. Which one do you want to go to? Ask the chief battalion commander. Others would not interfere with the free choice. I choose the Sword God Imperial Guard. Tang Ru thought for a while and spoke first. The middle-aged man in purple and gold armor revealed a look of joy. Tang Ru's cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm. He was also the champion of the entire battalion and had received the Blazing Sun Medal. He was definitely a genius among geniuses. With proper training, he would definitely not be comparable to ordinary soldiers. I choose the Bloodlight Legion. Zhang Wufeng also made his choice. His tone was firm. The Bloodlight Legion was the most dangerous of the 3 legions. Its enemy was the savage alien race. Every member of the Bloodlight Legion was basically a lunatic. However, every member of the Bloodlight Legion could quickly accumulate battle merits. "Welcome," said the middle-aged man in red armor as he looked at Zhang Wufeng. "I'll go to the Sword Judgment Legion." Wei Shiji smiled. In this way, each of the 3 special legions had 1 person. The last one was Chu-Mu. Facing Chu-Mu, their feelings were actually very complicated. To be recognized by Old Lu and awarded with the Best Recruit medal meant that this recruit was definitely very outstanding and had amazing potential. This was because this could not be faked. Firstly, they all knew Old Lu's character. He would not be careless about this kind of thing. Secondly, if he was faking it, they would know with a single check and they would be in trouble. Among the millions of new recruits, the ones with the greatest potential were the ones who appeared only once in a few batches. No matter which army it was, they would be very welcomed. However, there was a problem. No matter how great one's potential was, it was not strength after all. It represented future development. Chu-Mu's cultivation was only at the early 4th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm. It was really too low. With the early 4th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm cultivation, no matter how amazing his potential was, he could at most contend with an ordinary 6th heavenly layer of Fortune Realm swordsman. This kind of strength was the weakest among the 3 legions. Therefore, while Chu-Mu was thinking, the 3 middle-aged men also had complicated feelings. In fact, anyone who faced Chu-Mu's situation would also have complicated feelings. I choose. Chu-Mu's gaze swept across the 3 middle-aged men's faces and finally landed on the middle-aged man in black and gold armor. The Sword Judgment Legion. Chu-Mu had his own considerations as to why he chose the Sword Judgment Legion. Without a doubt, the best among the 3 legions was the Sword God Imperial Guard. This was because the Sword God Imperial Guard had a high status, good treatment, and was very safe. However, the middle-aged man in the Sword God Imperial Guard had previously said that Chu-Mu was not suitable for the Sword God Imperial Guard. This meant that he was not very welcome. Moreover, Chu-Mu was not very interested in the Sword God Imperial Guard and would not choose. The Bloody Light Legion fought at the front line and fought against the alien tribes. It was the easiest to obtain military merits, but it was also the most dangerous. It was very easy to die. Although Chu-Mu was very talented, his cultivation was still too low. Under such extreme danger, it was very difficult to protect his own life. In addition, when he had just entered the ancient god world, he had encountered the evil dragon space pirates when he was preparing to explore. He had been robbed and became a captive. If he had not meddled, he would probably still be imprisoned on the evil dragon island on the evil dragon star with no hope of escaping. From then on, Chu had a hostile mentality towards space pirates. Although he had successfully escaped, Chu did not let go of this matter. He wanted to return to the evil dragon star one day and kill all the evil dragon space pirates with his own hands. However, his cultivation was still too low. Even now, he could fight against the ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian, but it was useless against the ferocious and powerful evil dragon space pirates. The middle-aged man in black and gold armor glanced at Wei Shiji and Chu and said indifferently, "Welcome." After the selection, everyone was assigned. In addition to the 4 of them, the more than 300 elite recruits who had participated in the individual battle of the whole battalion and the elite recruits who had participated in the individual battle of the sub-battalions were also accepted into the 3 armies. After the new recruits were assigned, the starships were immediately activated. They left the sword-casting star with the new recruits on board and headed to their respective armies. The starship Chu was on was the starship of the Sword Edge Judgment Army. It was black in color and looked like a sharp sword. It gave off a cold feeling unique to metal, as if it could freeze the air around it. On the black starship, there was a symbol of 2 crossed golden swords. That was the symbol of the Sword Edge Judgment Army. This was a starship of the stellar level. Its flying speed could reach 10,000 times the speed of sound. It was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it left the ground of the sword-casting star and flew into the vast starry sky. Chapter 1118. The Sword Edge Judgment Army had 2 large stellar-level starships. One was called the Sword Edge, and the other was called the Judgment. The large stellar-level starship that Chu was on was the Sword Edge. The middle-aged man in black and gold armor was indeed extraordinary. He was the captain of the Sword Edge. At the same time, he was also one of the 2 deputy captains of the Sword Edge Judgment Army. His surname was Li. After Wei Shiji, Chu and hundreds of elite recruits entered the Sword Edge starship, they were temporarily arranged to stay in the newcomer area. Each of them had a small room of more than 10 square meters. The decorations were simple, and the equipment was simple. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair. Chu entered his room and sat cross-legged on the bed to organize his thoughts. From now on, he would be a member of the Sword Edge Judgment Army. He was a little excited. His thoughts gradually calmed down. Chu began to cultivate. No matter where he was, he could not stop cultivating. No matter how small the progress was, he had to persevere. Years of cultivation had become an instinct. The profound meaning of fire had reached a critical point. Chu estimated that the profound meaning of fire would be able to successfully transform into the law of fire within a month. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chu opened his eyes. They shone brightly and pierced through the void. He spat out a word. "Who is it?" "It's me, Wei Shiji." A voice came from outside the door. "Wei Shiji." A hint of doubt flashed in Chu eyes. He had no friendship with Wei Shiji. Before this, they had not even spoken a word. Why was he looking for him? Despite his doubts, Chu did not hesitate. He quickly got off the bed and opened the door. "Brother Chu, you've just arrived. Why don't you walk around and get to know the place?" Wei Shiji smiled. His purpose was to make friends with Chu. Wei Shiji's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th heaven of Fortune Realm. He was a peak 8-star sword of Gojosian. He was powerful and comparable to a 9-star sword of Gojosian. He was also a winner of the Starlight Medal. He was the best of the best among all the recruits who had joined the Sword Edge Judgment Army. However, Wei Shiji did not look down on Chu at all. Even though Chu's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th heaven of Fortune Realm, he had seen the battle between Chu and Tang Ru in the valley with his own eyes. Chu was at a disadvantage, but Tang Ru could not do anything about Chu. Chu had displayed Chu's amazing talent in combat. Furthermore, he had won the Best Recruit Award in the past 40 years. His potential was astonishing. This kind of person, as long as he was given the opportunity, would definitely soar to the sky. His future achievements might even surpass his own. Shiji had Shiji, Li Shiji, had Shiji king of Gago Joseph. Okay. Chumu agreed and went with Wei Shiji. Apart from them, many other recruits left their rooms and went to the areas they could go to. There were residential areas, main cabins, starship cabins, sword fighting areas, and many other areas on the starship. Some areas were open to everyone, while others were off limits. The residential area, main cabins, and sword fighting areas were areas that could be entered at will. As the name suggested, the residential area was where the Sword Edge Judgment Army lived. The main cabins were where the Sword Edge Judgment Army gathered. The sword fighting area was where the soldiers of the Sword Edge Judgment Army fought. The main cabins were large and could accommodate thousands of people at the same time. After strolling around, Chumu, Wei Shiji, and the other recruits went to the sword fighting area. As soon as they entered the sword fighting area, they heard all kinds of cheers. It was very lively. Chumu glanced over and saw 9 sword fighting arenas. There were 3 in a row and 3 in a row. The distance between each sword fighting arena was a few hundred meters. Beside each sword fighting arena were many people, and on the sword fighting arena there were people fighting. What's that? A new recruit pointed at the nearest battle arena and asked curiously. Chumu and the others took a closer look and saw that the 2 sides were not humans, but puppets that looked like humans. If one didn't look carefully, they would be mistaken. Beside the sword battle arena, there was a separate area where dozens of puppets were placed. Their interest was immediately piqued. In their knowledge, those who went to the stage were all human swordsmen. They had never seen puppets fighting on the stage. Fighting on the stage is to train yourself. What's the point of fighting with puppets? It's purely a waste of time, muttered a recruit. His name was Careless. His voice wasn't loud, but it wasn't soft either. Chumu and the others all heard it. A few of the old soldiers surrounding the sword fighting stage also heard it. They turned around, and their eyes shot out a sharp glint that fell on the face of the new soldier who spoke. It was as if a world of ice and snow was covered in ice, causing the new soldier's body to tremble. His face greatly changed as he took 2 steps back in shock. So it's a newcomer. When the veteran saw the recruit, he was first startled, but then he smiled and retracted his gaze. The veteran's reaction startled Chumu and the other recruits. They realized that perhaps there was something profound about the battle between the puppets on the stage. After a careful search, they found that there was a person sitting on each of the 2 small platforms extending from the stage. Their eyes were closed. Chumu's sharp intuition felt that there seemed to be some connection between the 2 veterans sitting on the small platforms and the 2 puppets on the stage. Could it be that the 2 of them are controlling the 2 puppets to fight? Chumu guessed, but the purpose of doing so... At this time, the battle between the 2 puppets on the stage had reached its climax. After 3 breaths, one of the puppets' head was chopped off, and it was defeated. The ground of the stage automatically cracked open. The 2 puppets sank, and the stage closed again. How is it? You lost again. The swordsman who won opened his eyes and smiled. TCH, you only beat me twice. I'll win it back next time. The swordsman who lost retorted. We'll talk about next time. 1,000 middle grade or 10,000 low grade elemental pills. The swordsman who won laughed. Take it, take it, take it. Keep it for me. I'll win it back later. Hey, newcomer, come up and play. I'll let you broaden your horizons. The veteran, who sneered earlier, turned his head and looked at Mahu. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke in a provocative tone. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Mahu was provoked and immediately responded. His cultivation was at the 7th layer of Fate Realm, and the veteran who provoked him was also at the 7th layer of Fate Realm. He did not think that he would lose to the other party. Don't you know the rules here? The veteran sneered. First, choose a sword puppet. Connect your consciousness with the sword puppet and control the sword puppet onto the stage. If you lose, you have to give the winner 10,000 low-grade elemental pills or 1,000 middle-grade elemental pills. The veteran was clearly irregular here. Without any hesitation, he directly chose a sword puppet. It followed the rules, and there was nothing special about it. It was what the veteran was best at. Ma, who carefully scanned the dozens of puppets, and finally chose a sword puppet that used a heavy sword. As he was tall and strong, he was good at using a heavy sword to fight. After the sword puppets were chosen, both sides sat on a small platform, closed their eyes, and controlled the sword puppets to enter the battle arena. There was no need for an announcement. The battle began immediately. Old Wang is going to bully the newcomer. Someone laughed. Chumu narrowed his eyes and watched carefully. The two sword puppets began to fight. They attacked, blocked, dodged, and counterattacked. The sword puppet that Ma who controlled was slightly inferior to the veteran in terms of agility. Perhaps it was because it was his first time controlling a sword puppet and he was not used to it, so he needed some time to adapt. However, this was very fatal. The veteran did not need time to adapt. He attacked violently with his sword, and soon Ma, whose sword puppet, was torn apart. Newcomer, do you understand? If you don't, you can choose another sword puppet and continue to fight. The veteran sneered. Okay, Ma, who was a straightforward person. He also knew the reason why he had lost so quickly, so he did not hesitate to choose a new sword puppet. It was also a sword puppet that used a heavy sword, but in terms of appearance, it was slightly different from the previous one. This time, the veteran did not immediately attack with his sword. Ma, who did not immediately attack either. Instead, he controlled the sword puppet to move and adapt to the sword puppet. After about a quarter of an hour, Ma, whose sword puppet, stomped on the ground and its strength exploded. Its tall body swung the heavy sword and slashed. The sword was powerful and heavy, capable of splitting mountains. The sword puppet controlled by the veteran slid and narrowly avoided Ma, whose sword puppet slash. It slashed out with its sword. The swords used by sword puppets were very sharp. Especially after the energy was stimulated, the power of the swords was even more shocking. It could clearly injure the sword puppet. If it hit a joint, it could even cut it in half. Perhaps the recruits did not understand in the first battle, but in the second battle they understood. The reason why they used sword puppets to fight was because of their sword skills and battle skills. In the Sword Edge Judgment Army, the cultivation of the soldiers varied, causing their strength to differ. If they fought in the arena under normal circumstances, the soldier with the higher cultivation would naturally win. But if they used the method of limiting their cultivation, they could not use their full strength. After all, they had to worry about whether they would seriously injure or even kill their opponent. Therefore, by using sword puppets, they could fight without any scruples. If they had the same level of strength, they would not have to worry about seriously injuring or killing their opponent. Therefore, this was a popular way of fighting in the Sword Edge Judgment Army. For example, the Sword God's Imperial Guards also used this method. After Ma, who got used to the sword puppet, he used the sword skills he had learned. Every move was powerful and heavy, as if it could split mountains. The whistling wind wreaked havoc in the arena. The sword puppet controlled by the veteran was more agile. It constantly dodged Ma, whose sword puppet's attacks, and counterattacked with its sword. In the end, the veteran was more experienced. After a quarter of an hour, he defeated Ma, whose sword puppet. He pointed his sword and a voice sounded. Newcomers, is there anyone else who wants to come up and play? Chapter 1119. Ma, who had lost 2 rounds in a row. With a gloomy face, he took out 20,000 low-grade elemental pills and gave them to the veteran. Newbie, don't hate me. This is the rule. The veteran saw Ma, whose gloomy face, and laughed, putting away the 20,000 low-grade elemental pills with a clear conscience. There were also some new recruits who were excited. After choosing their sword puppets, they went up to the arena and fought with the veteran. They were all defeated. The veteran had earned more than 100,000 low-grade elemental pills and was grinning from ear to ear. One must know that before the new recruits came, he was one of the weakest among the veterans. Usually he would give his elemental pills to others. Today he had earned more than 100,000 low-grade elemental pills. "I'll go," Wei Shiji said. He chose a swift shadow sword puppet that was the height of a normal person. It looked slightly skinny and used an extremely thin long sword. Just from its appearance, this kind of sword puppet focused on agility. Wei Shiji's opponent was still the veteran. "Come, newbie." The veteran laughed and raised his sword to attack. His sword technique was normal and did not have any outstanding characteristics, but every move and style was very precise and there were almost no flaws. Wei Shiji's swift shadow sword puppet moved. It stepped out, stepping on the 7 stars, twisting like a dragon and snake, fully displaying the characteristics of this sword puppet. It was very flexible in a curved way, approaching the opponent. The thin, long sword slashed out, almost without any sound. There was only an extremely thin ray of light that tore through the sky, cutting towards the opponent. This kind of sword was not suitable for a direct collision, but its sharpness was very shocking. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Wei Shiji's sword puppet sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had slashed out dozens of times, densely covering the opponent from top to bottom, completely enveloping him, displaying shocking sword technique attainment. This newbie's sword technique is very sharp. Beside the arena, the veterans were all stunned. One of them even said in surprise, "Of course, he is the winner of the Starlight Medal." A new recruit said proudly, "He is actually the winner of the Starlight Medal." The veterans were even more surprised. They had all been recruits before, so they knew very well how difficult it was to obtain the Starlight Medal, even if it was the lowest of the 3 medals. All of them couldn't help looking at Wei Shiji in a higher light. Some of them immediately sent messages to their captains to report Wei Shiji's situation. As expected of a Starlight Medal winner, Wei Shiji's strength was very tyrannical. His swordsmanship was fast and sharp, completely suppressing the veteran. The veteran was still able to hold on because he had more combat experience than Wei Shiji, but his defeat was only a matter of time. As expected, under Wei Shiji's attack, the veteran soldier did not have any chance to counterattack. The sword puppet's arms were cut off, and then its neck was cut off. "Old Wang, you can only bully the weak newcomers. You can't do anything to the stronger newcomers, right?" A veteran at the 8th layer of Fate realm mocked. "Why don't you try?" Lao Wang glared and said angrily, "Fine, I'll give it a try." "He's just a new recruit," the veteran said angrily. He chose a familiar sword puppet and went up to the sword arena to fight against Wei Shiji. After familiarizing himself with the battle, Wei Shiji's control of the swift shadow sword puppet became smoother, and his swordsmanship was more fully displayed. It was extremely agile, extremely fast, and had swift reactions. Relying on his advantage, he suppressed his opponent and defeated him in the end. Wei Shiji, a newcomer, defeated 2 veterans in a row, which immediately caused a commotion. The veterans at the sword arena all came over to watch. "Not a bad newcomer, but it's not good to be too smooth," a 9-star sort of Gojosian veteran said. "Then you go," a person beside him said with a smile. "Okay." The veteran immediately chose a sword puppet that used a soft sword. Its name was Green Execution, and it went up to the sword arena. "It's Wei Jiangying. He's going to fight, and he's using his best Green Execution sword puppet. With his strength, he should be able to defeat this newcomer." The swift shadow sword puppet that Wei Shiji was controlling, both of its eyes shot out a sharp light. It walked in the position of a dragon and snake, nimble and unpredictable. Its trajectory was hard to track, and its thin sword was incomparably sharp. When it slashed out, the sword light was restrained, as if it had merged with the air. The opponent's sword puppet did not move at all. When the sword was about to reach its body, the soft sword in its hand vibrated, and like a spirit snake, it turned into a whirlpool and attacked. It directly caused Wei Shiji's sword puppet's sword to pause slightly and was pulled to one side. The soft sword suddenly shot out, and in a flash, it stabbed towards the swift shadow sword puppet. In an extremely short distance, the sudden burst of power caused the green execution sword puppet's sword to reach an extreme speed. The swift shadow sword puppet immediately slid back, and the thin sword from bottom to top, wanting to cut off the green execution sword puppet's arm from the shoulder. The soft sword spun, and once again coiled around the swift shadow sword puppet's sword. Like a python, the sword chi was sharp, and the sword light swept through the air. Wei Shiji has been countered. Chumu thought. Wei Shiji walked the path of agility. His sword was sharp, quick, and direct, while the other party's flexible sword technique focused on entanglement, causing Wei Shiji's sword technique to be obstructed. It was difficult for him to truly display his sword skills. In just a few moves, Wei Shiji was defeated. Even if you won the Starlight Medal, you are still a newbie. Wei Jiangying opened her eyes and said to Wei Shiji. After winning 2 rounds and losing 1, Wei Shiji was not depressed at all. He took out 10,000 low-grade yuandan and gave them to his opponent. Brother Chu, do you want to go up and try? Wei Shiji walked towards Chu Mu and said he had seen Chu Mu's sword skills before and felt that Chu Mu's sword skills were very high and would not be inferior to his own. But when his suggestion fell into the ears of others, they were stunned. Immediately, they looked at Chu Mu with a gloating smile. They thought to themselves, could it be that this 4-star sort of Gojosian offended Wei Shiji? There will be a good show to watch. Only then did they realize what was going on. A 4-star sword of Gojosian. How could it be a 4-star sword of Gojosian? How could a newbie at the 4th heaven of creation appear here? After a while, they finally reacted. There were precedents of 4-star sword of Gojosian joining the Sword Judgment Army, but it was rare. They were usually swordsmen with more potential. It seemed that this 4-star sword of Gojosian's potential was not bad. However, no matter how good his potential was, a mere cultivation at the 4th heaven of creation was completely at the bottom here. No matter how good his sword skills were, they were limited. He didn't expect that Chu Mu would accept Wei Shiji's suggestion, causing others to wonder if he was stupid. After scanning dozens of sword puppets, Chu Mu finally chose a sword puppet that was about the same height as him and had a well-proportioned body. This sword puppet had a dim reddish-gold color and was a little simple. It held a sword in its left hand and carried another sword on its back. This sword puppet's name was Ancient Rhyme. After entering the puppet's control panel, the power of divine thoughts emerged and seeped into the Ancient Rhyme sword puppet's head. Chu Mu felt as if he had changed into another body. However, he could still control his original body. It was as if he had an extra body like a clone. It was his first time controlling a sword puppet, so he was not used to it. It felt a little obscure. After all, it was not his original body. However, Chu Mu's essence, chi, and spirit were strong, and his adaptability was amazing. After a few movements, his control of the Ancient Rhyme sword puppet quickly deepened. Soon he could control it freely. I don't bully the weak, Wei Jiangying said and controlled the sword puppet to leave the stage. She also left the puppet's control panel. Wei Jiangying was not willing, but it did not mean that others were not willing. A veteran with a cultivation at the 7th heaven of creation chose the heavy mountain sword puppet. It was a tall sword puppet wearing heavy armor and was known for its defense. This veteran planned to abuse the newcomer to find some balance. Otherwise, he would often be abused by other veterans. However, he quickly realized that he had kicked an iron plate. No matter how strong the defense was, there were still flaws. Under Chu Mu's control, the Ancient Rhyme sword puppet only needed to use one sword to find the flaw in the opponent's sword skill and pierce the heavy mountain sword puppet's neck. With another slash, the heavy mountain sword puppet's neck was cut in half. It was so fast and fierce that it shocked the spectators. Even Wei Jiangying, who looked down on Chu Mu, was shocked. Chu Mu's second opponent was an 8-star veteran of the sword of Gojoseon. He controlled the Storm Sword Puppet, which was known for its speed and sword attack. The Storm Sword Puppet was like a gust of wind, sweeping towards Chu Mu. The sword in its hand seemed to have turned into wind, invisible and formless. The ancient rhyme sword puppet took a step forward, cutting into the weakest part of the Storm Sword Puppet sword. The sword in its hand was like lightning. It first knocked away the Storm Sword Puppet sword, then cut off its opponent's neck. The second round was won. Wei Jiangying could no longer sit still. I admit that I underestimated you, but the third round will be your end, Wei Jiangying said. She chose the blue absolute sword puppet again, went up the stage and started the battle. The flexible sword was layered, and ripples revolved around it. The python flipped its body, and the 3 words coiled around it. The air around the stage was completely affected, as if it had turned into water. The ancient rhyme sword puppet's movements were restricted. Wei Shiji's face changed. He had fought with Wei Jiangying before, and knew the feeling of powerlessness. Amidst the layers of coiling, the flexible sword turned into the sharpest killing intent. The sword body instantly straightened and was incomparably hard. It chopped towards the ancient rhyme sword puppet's neck, wanting to cut off its head. Lost. Wei Jiangying is so powerful. This newcomer can win 2 rounds and lose to Wei Jiangying's sword. It is already not bad. In the eyes of the spectators, the result was already decided. Wei Jiangying also had this confidence. Suddenly, the decapitating sword missed. A sword light, like a puddle of autumn water, filled the sky. The bleak, killing intent made the spectators around the stage shiver. The sword light was stunning. It arrived first, sweeping through the air. With a sharp whistle, the blue absolute sword puppet's head flew high into the air. Autumn water-long sky. This is not possible. Wei Jiangying's closed eyes suddenly opened, shooting out a dense light. He could not believe that he had actually lost. Under the circumstances where he had paid enough attention to his opponent, he had still lost. This newcomer is too fierce. Even Wei Jiangying is not his opponent. Quickly called the captain. Chu Mu had defeated Wei Jiangying. All of a sudden it caused a huge uproar. Chapter 1120. The captain of the Sword Edge, Li Duan, who was also one of the 2 deputy commanders of the Sword Edge Judgment Army, stood at the head of the table. He looked around and said calmly, "This is the allocation of the recruits. Do you have any objections?" "I have no objections," said Helian Chung, the chief of the Wind Department. "I have no objections either," said Han Dangkong, the chief of the Town Department. I have objections," said Yun Feng, the chief of the Combat Department. "Chief Yin, what objections do you have?" Li Duan's gaze landed on Yun Feng's face as he asked, "Deputy Commander, you know that the responsibilities of our combat department can be life-threatening at any time," said Yun Feng. Yun Feng said, "What we need are elites, true elites. Only with sufficient strength can they survive and complete the mission. If they are not strong enough, not only will they lose their lives, they will also be a burden to others." "Continue," said Li Duan with a smile. "Deputy Commander, I have already made myself clear," said Yun Feng helplessly. "You have your reasons for recruiting a recruit who is only at the 4th sky of Creation Realm into the Sword Edge Judgment Army, but you cannot give him to our combat department." Yun Feng had already made himself very clear. He despised Chu Mu because his cultivation was too low and was not qualified to enter the combat department. He would become a burden to the combat department. "He is the recipient of the Best Recruit Medal," said Li Duan casually. "What?" "The Best Recruit Medal." The 3 chiefs of the Town Department and the Wind Department were all stunned. The Best Recruit Medal was very valuable. It represented the potential of the recipient. Among all the recruits, it could be said that the recipient was one of the best. Moreover, not every recruit with the greatest potential could receive the medal. They needed the approval of the battalion commander. The battalion commander's judgment was very sharp, and his requirements were very high, to be awarded the best recruit medal by him. It was enough to show how great the potential of the recipient was. A recruit who is only at the fourth sky of creation realm is the recipient of the best recruit medal. The chiefs of the 3 departments still found it hard to believe. That's right. Do you still not plan to let him join the combat department? Asked Li Duan. Even if he is the winner of the best recruit medal and has amazing potential, his own cultivation is too low. When carrying out a mission, he will also become a burden. Yun Feng hesitated, but still said, because he was the head of a battalion, he knew the responsibilities and dangers of a battalion. The most important thing in a battalion was strength. Direct strength. Everything else was secondary. It would be great if Chu Mu's cultivation was higher. If he was at the 6th heaven of creation realm, he would probably be able to match or even defeat an ordinary 7-star sort of Gojosian and qualify to join the combat division. Yun Feng was also very reluctant to reject Chu Mu. After all, he was the winner of the Best Recruit Award. The battalion doesn't want it, but our town division wants it, the town division chief, Han Dangkong, immediately said. Our Wind division wants it too. Helian Chung hurriedly added. The head of the combat division, Yun Feng, was very upset. In fact, he also wanted Chu Mu to join the combat division, but he was helpless. Chu Mu's cultivation was too low and could not carry out a mission. The town division was different from the Wind division. The town division's duty was to guard the sword-edged ship and rarely went out to battle. In theory, it was the safest of the 3 divisions and should be the most suitable for Chu Mu. On the other hand, the Wind division's duty was to search for information and so on. In terms of safety, it was only slightly inferior to the town division and much safer than the combat division. Recruits with great potential like Chu Mu were their favorite. It did not matter if their cultivation was low. At most, they would not carry out any missions for the time being and cultivate properly. After improving, they would be able to become the pillars of their respective divisions. Therefore, the town division and the Wind division chiefs wanted Chu Mu to join their divisions. Li Duan did not agree to this. Instead, he said, "Let Chu Mu decide for himself. Quick, quick, quick. There's a recruit who wants to sweep through the sword combat area." "What? So savage?" "He is indeed a savage recruit. I heard that Wei Jiangying, He Jiansheng, and Shang Wui were all defeated by his sword." Chu Mu caused a frenzy in the sword combat area. Once the news spread out, when everyone heard that a 4-star sword of Gojosian was sweeping through the sword combat area, the veterans were all alarmed. They all left the residential area and headed towards the sword combat area. On the arena, Chu Mu was still controlling the ancient rhythm, sword puppet. He was fighting fiercely with a sword puppet that used a thin sword called Wind Thorn. The one controlling the frenzy shark sword puppet was a 9-star sword of Gojosian. His name was Shang Guanhua. It was a slightly feminine name, but he was actually a man. However, due to his handsome appearance, people would mistake him for a woman at first glance. Unlike Wei Jiangying and the others who had been defeated by Chu Mu, he was one of the vice-captains of the 8th Combat Division. He was very famous in the sword-edged ship. A thin sword, under Shang Guanhua's control, was extremely exquisite. Every sword was aimed at the pinnacle. It was as if it was made by nature. Each sword seemed slow, and even the trajectory could be seen clearly. However, it was actually extremely fast. Those trajectories were merely the remnants of the sword shadows. The sword art that Shang Guanhua was using was called Shadow Sword Art. It was a powerful Earth-class peak-tier sword art. Although Shang Guanhua was using the sword puppet's power to control the sword puppet and not the swordsman's sword intent, rule power, and sword energy, he had already grasped the essence of Shadow Sword Art. Once he used it, each sword would leave behind a shadow, and each sword would take a life. The The wind thorn sword puppet under Shang Guanhua's control immediately brought great pressure to Chu. The duel between sword puppets was mainly a duel between sword arts. It included the attainment of sword arts and the power of sword arts. Other than that, there was also a duel between swords of divine will. However, the duel between swords of divine will was not obvious. The sword art that Shang Guanhua was using was an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. He had been immersed in it for decades and had grasped the essence of it deeply. He had already reached the point where he was not limited to the moves. He was able to unleash the essence of shadow sword art with a casual strike. Every sword was shadow sword, and each sword was extremely powerful. He could unleash 100% or even 120% of his power. On the other hand, Chu had cultivated several sword arts. The highest was Earth-class peak-tier sword art, which was inferior to shadow sword art in terms of grade. Moreover, he had only cultivated it for a short period of time. Chu had only practiced the sword moves until he was proficient. There was still a considerable gap between him and mastering the essence of it. If it were anyone else, they would have been easily defeated by Shang Guanhua's shadow sword art. The reason why Chu was able to hold on until now and was only at a disadvantage in the past 15 minutes was due to his superb attainment in sword arts. Yes, in terms of the foundation of sword arts, Chu was above Shang Guanhua. This was because sword arts were the sublimation of sword arts. Chu sword arts were even difficult for some sword saints to match. However, the foundation of sword arts was not everything. It was not a direct demonstration of strength. It was only a kind of foundation, a very important foundation. Chu was shocked by Shang Guanhua's sword technique, and Shang Guanhua was also shocked by Chu sword technique. Up until now, Chu had used many sword techniques to fight against her. Among them, there were 2 sword techniques that he had grasped the essence of. As for the other sword techniques, he could only be considered to have familiarized himself with the sword techniques. Even so, when he used them alternately, there was a feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. He was able to fight against her for half an hour, but was still at a disadvantage. What a brilliant sword art attainment! It is actually above mine. Shang Guanhua was very shocked. Only a swordsman who has comprehended the essence of sword arts and mastered sword force can have such attainment. However, he immediately rejected this thought because he felt that a mere 4-star sort of Gojosian could not have mastered sword force. Even for him, who was talented in sword arts and had received guidance from a powerful expert, which allowed him to avoid many detours. He had been immersed in sword arts for dozens of years. However, he was still a step away from comprehending the essence of sword arts. Under the huge pressure, Chu became excited. Such an opponent, such a battle, could stimulate his potential. The 18 Gale swords and 32 Gale and Thunder swords were the sword arts that Chu liked. He had also immersed himself in these 2 sword arts for the longest time. After comprehending the essence of sword arts, he had grasped the essence of these 2 sword arts. In addition, the biggest use of the 5-element sword arts was to cultivate the power of the 5 elements. In terms of battle, it was slightly lacking. Chu had only familiarized himself with the moves of the Cloud Cover sword art, Thunderclap Cloud Shattering sword art, and Mountain Sea sword art. However, he had already cultivated the Autumn Waterlong Sky sword art to the extreme. He was only a step away from the essence. At this moment, under the pressure of Shang Guanhua's sword-piercing puppet, Chu sword art became more and more profound. The fierce battle had already lasted for a quarter of an hour. Out of the 9 sword battle arenas, there was not a single person in sight. Everyone had been attracted by the battle. Hundreds of people surrounded the sword battle arena, watching the battle with wide eyes. What a terrifying newcomer! He has already defeated 13 people in a row. Now he can actually fight with Vice Captain Shang Guan for so long, as expected of the winner of the Best Recruit medal. With his sword art, I estimate that in a real battle, a 5-star Sword of Gojosian won't be his opponent. Whether a 6-star Sword of Gojosian can defeat him is still unknown. Although they felt that this was a very fair evaluation, they didn't know that it was far from the truth, because Chu Mu was stronger. What? Let me tell you. When Chu Mu was a Samsung Sword of Gojosian, he defeated more than a dozen 5-star Sword of Gojosian. A newcomer said. After the news spread out, many new recruits knew about it. A Samsung Sword of Gojosian defeated a 5-star Sword of Gojosian? Is it true? Is he that strong? It was already difficult to defeat someone who was 1-star level higher. It was unimaginable to defeat someone who was 2 stars higher. Shang Guanhua was indeed incomparably tyrannical. The speed of her sword had increased by another step, increasing the pressure on Chu Mu. A wound appeared on the ancient rhythm sword puppet's chest. Chu Mu's mind moved, and the ancient rhythm sword puppet's left hand grabbed backwards, instantly pulling out the sword on its back. Dual swords in hand. This was also the reason why Chu Mu chose this sword puppet. At the crucial moment, it could use dual swords. Dual swords? Could it be that he is proficient in dual swords? I thought he just chose randomly. Seeing the ancient rhythm sword puppet controlled by Chu Mu holding 2 swords in each hand, everyone's eyes widened. They were even more surprised. Chapter 11:21. Controlling the 2 swords, it was like a dancing dragon, like lightning, like a roaring wind. The 2 swords seemed to have been bestowed with life. In the hands of the ancient rhythm sword puppet, it released a shocking power. Gale, swift sword, wind, and lightning 32 swords were displayed under the ancient rhythm sword puppet sword. Infusing the ancient rhythm sword puppet's unique power, each sword was swift and fierce. Wind and lightning roared and wreaked havoc like 2 bolts of lightning. With another turn, the sword rose and clouds covered it, interfering with one's vision. With another fall, thunder shattered the clouds. With a turn, the sword rose and fell like a mountain pressing down like a roaring ocean. Mountain sea sword arts. With another sword, a clear autumn water filled the sky, dancing with the autumn wind. The wind thorn puppet that Shang Guanhua was controlling was using the shadow sword art. However, he had already cultivated the shadow sword art to the extreme. He had grasped the essence of the shadow sword art and went straight to the essence. He wasn't restricted to the moves and was untraceable. Using the 2 swords, Chu Mu and Shang Guanhua were equally matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. The spectators around the sword battle arena were all mesmerized, unable to extricate themselves from the battle. Chu Mu was also completely immersed in the battle. He continuously attacked with his sword. He felt that he was about to welcome another breakthrough in his sword arts. Suddenly, the sword became powerless and stopped in midair. Chu Mu's consciousness only felt that the ancient rhythm sword puppet seemed to have turned into a statue, not moving at all. At the same time, the wind thorn sword puppet's thin sword silently pierced through the ancient rhythm sword puppet's forehead. It's over. It actually lost. What a pity. Why did the ancient rhythm sword puppet stop moving at the last moment? I think it must have run out of energy after fighting so many battles. Once these words were spoken, it was as if a mystery had been solved. Indeed, the ancient rhythm sword puppet had fought more than 10 battles, and its energy should have been exhausted. Once the puppet's energy was exhausted, no matter how it was driven, it could not move anymore. Change to the sword puppet, continue the battle. Someone shouted. However, because the ancient rhythm sword puppet's energy was exhausted, the battle had ended, and Chu Mu had escaped from that state. It would be very difficult for him to enter it again, and he did not have the mood to continue. He took out 10,000 low-grade elemental pills and gave them to Shang Guanhua. No, you didn't lose. Shang Guanhua rejected Chu Mu's Yuan Dan. He won because the ancient rhythm sword puppet's energy was depleted, not because he really defeated Chu Mu. You are Chu Mu, right? I am Shang Guanhua. the vice captain of the 8th Battalion. Now, I invite you to join our 8th Battalion. Shen Guanhua's face, which would make most women envious, revealed a sincere expression. She looked at Chu Mu and extended an invitation. Chu Mu will join our town division and become a member of the town division. A loud and clear voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. When they turned their heads, they saw 4 figures walking into the sword combat area, one after another. Greetings, Vice Commander Li and the 3 division heads. Everyone was shocked, but they quickly reacted and hurriedly saluted with their swords. No need to be so courteous. Li Duan smiled. You're wrong. Chu Mu is a member of our Wind Division. Helian Chung, the division head of the Wind Division, said, You're all wrong. Chu Mu has already been assigned to our combat division. Suddenly, division head Yun Feng opened his mouth and said something that left everyone dumbfounded. For a moment, even Li Duan, Helian Chung, and Han Dankong did not react. Yun Feng, you previously rejected Chu Mu because his cultivation was too low. He was only at the 4th heaven of creation realm. Now, your combat division no longer has a chance. Han Dankong reacted and exposed Yun Feng's shortcomings without hesitation. That's right. Yun Feng, you have already rejected Chu Mu. Now, Chu Mu belongs to our Wind Division. Helian Chung was even more direct. Every sentence he said referred to Chu Mu as a member of the Wind Division. Li Duan smiled and did not say anything, but a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. Their words were heard by everyone in the Sword Duel District. Yun Feng's face flushed red when his words were exposed. At that time, how could he have known that Chu Mu would be so monstrous? Even if it was a battle between sword puppets, one could not see their full strength. However, the terrifying sword technique and shocking combat talent that could contend against Shen Guanhua were enough for Chu Mu to challenge someone who was 1 or 2 stars above him. At that time, as long as they paid a price and raised Chu Mu's cultivation to the 5th heaven or 6th heaven, he might have the strength of a 7-star sort of Gojosian. Seeing with his own eyes was ultimately different from hearing. Yun Feng was already regretting his rejection at that time, but now there was still a chance. Bulsh *T. At that time I was thinking for Chu Mu. His cultivation is indeed not high, and the combat division is the most dangerous division. But now, after seeing Chu Mu's sword technique, strength, and talent, I know that he should join our combat division. Yun Feng's face was red as he refuted loudly. You are the one who is Bulsh *Ting. Chu Mu belongs to the Wind Division. No one can change this fact. Helian Chung refuted immediately. Immediately, the 3 department heads, in order to fight over who Chu Mu belonged to, began to quarrel. Their faces and ears were red, and some even lifted up their sleeves with the intention of fighting. This caused everyone to be dumbstruck. They all thought they were hallucinating, and they rubbed their eyes hard before opening them again. What? Division head Yun Feng actually drew his sword? What? The division head of the Wind Division also drew his sword? The division head of the Town Division also drew his sword? Were they planning to fight? Chu Mu was also speechless. As the person involved, he was stunned and had yet to react. That's enough. Li Duan shouted. His voice had an inexplicable might that intimidated everyone. If he didn't stop them, the 3 division heads would really draw their swords. It would be troublesome then. In order to fight over Chu Mu, the 3 division heads quarreled like this and became a joke. This was also something that Li Duan didn't expect. Of course, he also didn't expect that Chu Mu's sword technique and combat talent would be so outstanding. Originally, when he knew that Chu Mu was the winner of the Best Recruit Medal, he tried his best to think highly of him. He didn't expect that he still underestimated him. Vice Commander, when you assign Chu Mu to my combat division, Chu Mu should belong to my combat division. Yun Feng still didn't give up. I have already said that Chu Mu can choose which division to go to, Li Duan said seriously. He turned to look at Chu Mu. Chu Mu! The Sword Edge Judgment Army has 3 major divisions. The Town Division is responsible for defense, the Wind Division is responsible for intelligence, and the Combat Division is responsible for cleansing. Among the 3 major divisions, the Town Division is the safest, the Wind Division is second, and the Combat Division is the most dangerous. I think that with your intelligence, you should be able to understand the meaning behind this. After a pause, Li Duan continued, any newcomer who joins the Sword Edge Judgment Army will be assigned to one of the 3 major divisions. You are a little special, so you can choose which division to join. The moment Li Duan's voice fell, everyone's gazes all focused on Chu Mu's face, causing him to feel heavy. Especially the 3 department heads of the 3 departments. They were even more impatiently staring at Chu Mu. Their gazes were extremely complicated. There was hope, and pleading, causing Chu Mu to feel dizzy the moment he met their gazes. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Who would have thought that he would be so popular one day? He didn't know that others were envious of him. I choose. Chu Mu opened his mouth. Instantly, everyone became even more nervous. The hearts of the 3 division heads were about to jump out of their throats. Combat Division. After saying these 2 words without any hesitation, Yun Feng's eyes instantly lit up and shot out an intense glow. On the other hand, Helian Chung and Han Dongkong's eyes dimmed. With Chu Mu's personality, the Combat Division was his ideal place to go. When I first saw you, I knew that the Combat Division was your ideal place to go. Li Duan wasn't surprised at all. Yun Feng, Chu Mu belongs to the Combat Division. You have to make good arrangements for him. He is an unpolished gem. Don't let him be covered in dust. Li Duan instructed Yun Feng. Don't worry, Deputy Commander. Yun Feng patted his chest and promised solemnly. Then he looked at Chu Mu. His eyes lit up as though he was an old pervert who saw his favorite big-breasted beauty. Chu Mu, come with me to the Combat Division. With a flash, Yun Feng grabbed Chu Mu's arm and left with a whoosh. It was too fast. Chu Mu didn't even have time to react. Yun Feng seemed to be afraid that someone would snatch Chu Mu away from him. Shangguan Hua's expression changed. She thought of something and hurriedly left as well. All right, go do what you need to do. Li Duan clapped his hands and turned to leave. Helian Chung, the head of the Wind Department, and Han Dongkong, the head of the Town Department, were a little dejected. They looked as though they had suffered a great blow and also turned to leave the Sword Duel District. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. The people in the Sword Duel District weren't in the mood to fight. All of them were discussing Chu Mu. Some people started to ask the newcomers about Chu Mu's background and other things. However, the newcomers' understanding of Chu Mu was very limited. How could they say anything? With Yun Feng grabbing his arm, Chu Mu couldn't resist at all. Yun Feng's speed was extremely fast, exceeding his limit by many times. Chu Mu was extremely shocked. Although his cultivation was at the 4th firmament of Creation Realm, his speed was comparable to that of many 6-star Sword of Gojosian. He was comparable to a 7-star Sword of Gojosian. The cultivation of this combat divisions had definitely exceeded the Creation Realm. Fortunately, Yun Feng didn't have any ill intentions towards Chu Mu. Otherwise, Chu Mu would have been dead. Soon, Yun Feng brought Chu Mu to the combat division. There were many areas in the stellar starship Blade. The combat division was an independent department, so it naturally had its own combat division. At this time, there are hundreds of people in the combat division. Some were chatting, some were sparring, and some were training. When they saw Yun Feng appear with a person in his hand, all of them were attracted. When they sensed that Chu Mu's cultivation was only at the 4th firmament of Creation Realm, they were all stunned and their thoughts seemed to freeze. Ah, Luo, inform all the captains and vice-captains to gather at the combat division, Yun Feng shouted. Okay. The swordsman called Luo was shocked and responded subconsciously. Immediately, he went to inform all the captains and vice-captains of the combat division to gather at the combat division. Based on Yunfeng's tone, they realized that something important seemed to have happened. Chapter 11:22. A combat division was an independent department. Its main responsibility was to fight against external forces, such as space pirates and other evil forces that threaten the survival of the human race. Therefore, the members of the combat division had to be strong enough. There were 2 large stellar-level starships in the Sword Edge Judgment Army, the Sword Edge ship and the Judgment ship. The swordsmen on the Sword Edge ship were of a lower level, while the swordsmen on the Judgment ship were of a higher level. The swordsmen on the Sword Edge ship were mostly in the creation realm. Most of them were high-level sword of Gojosian. There were very few mid-level sword of Gojosian. If Chu Mu was not counted, the weakest one was a 6-star sword of Gojosian. Of course, the department heads, deputy department heads, and deputy commanders were not counted. On the Judgment ship, the weakest swordsmen were at the first firmament of the Nirvana realm. None of them were lower than the first firmament of the Nirvana realm. The Wind Division was responsible for gathering intelligence. After gathering intelligence and judging the strength of the enemy, the combat division's battle teams would then take action. The Sword Edge ship's battle teams were naturally in charge of clearing out opponents in the creation realm, while the Judgment ship's battle teams were in charge of clearing out opponents in the Nirvana realm. As for surpassing the Nirvana realm, it was not something that Chu Mu could understand at his level. At this time in the battalion head Yunfeng, vice heads Du Men and Xia Jin, as well as the captains and vice-captains of the various battle teams were seated around an oval table. They looked like they were holding a meeting of the highest level. The 2 deputy department heads, as well as the captains and deputy captains, were very puzzled by their attitude. Chu Mu sat quietly at the side. He vaguely knew that Yunfeng's actions had something to do with him. I called you here to discuss the ownership of Chu Mu. As soon as Yunfeng opened his mouth, he stated the purpose of gathering everyone. Everyone was stunned, except for Shang Guanhua, who looked calm. Department head, I think there is no need to discuss it. Let Chu Mu join our 8th team, Shang Guanhua said. Before this, I have already discussed it with Chu Mu. As soon as Shang Guanhua said that, many people felt that it was unbelievable. However, some of them looked thoughtful. Chu Mu, is that so? Yunfeng had prepared a lot of words to emphasize Chu Mu's importance, but he was choked by Shang Guanhua's words. He could only cough dryly and look at Chu Mu as he asked. Shang Guanhua quickly looked at Chu Mu and blinked her eyes. She wanted Chu Mu to cooperate with her. Yes. Chu Mu could only answer. Actually, Chu Mu didn't know any of the battle teams in the combat division. Shang Guanhua had invited him directly, and she had indeed invited him before. If Chu Mu said no, Shang Guanhua would lose face, and Chu Mu would offend him because of this. Chu Mu didn't really care about losing face or offending Shang Guanhua. Since Shang Guanhua had invited him, he didn't have any other thoughts, so he agreed. Since you have agreed, then you will be a member of the 8th team from now on. Yunfeng nodded and said, Seriously, Dongting, Chu Mu will be a member of your battle team from now on. You must treat everyone equally. The most important thing for him now is to improve his cultivation and strength. The special instructions showed that Yunfeng valued Chu Mu, which made everyone feel surprised. They didn't understand why the department head would value a 4-star sort of Gojosian so much. Could it be that he was the department head's illegitimate son? Of course, no one dared to say such a bad guess. Otherwise, they would be tortured by the department head. Yes, department head. Dong Ting straightened his body and said, he looked like a person who didn't like to smile. Yunfeng waved his hand to disperse everyone and walked to Chu Mu's side. He patted Chu Mu's shoulder. You're very talented. Your potential is something I've never seen before in my life. However, your cultivation is still too low. Therefore, the most important thing for you right now is to raise your cultivation. Only by raising your cultivation will you be able to become even stronger. Only by going out to do missions will you be able to protect your life and better complete missions. I will work hard to cultivate, Department Head. Chu Mu replied. Good. I hope that the next time I see you, you will be stronger, Yun Feng said. He took back his hand and walked past Chu Mu, leaving the combat division. Chu Mu, come. I will introduce you to the members of the 8th team. Shang Guanhua walked over and said to Chu Mu. Dong Ting also nodded. However, the other vice-captain of the 8th team didn't think much of it. He was just a 4-star sort of Gojosian. No matter how outstanding he was, there was no need to pay so much attention to him. There are a total of 18 teams in the combat division. Each team has 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. There are at least 30 members in total. While leading the way, Shang Guanhua introduced them to Chu Mu. The number of members in each team is different. For example, the 8th team, including you, has a total of 33 members. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the 8th team. It was a small division in the combat division. Each team had its own division. In this division, there were some swordsman training or sparring. Captain, Vice-Captain, you are here. The department head summoned you. Is there anything important? When they saw Dong Ting, Shang Guanhua, and the others, the swordsman greeted them. Captain, who is this? He is only at the 4th firmament of Creation Realm. What is he doing here? A team member looked at Chu Mu curiously and asked. Everyone, come here, Dong Ting shouted. Immediately, the team members moved quickly and gathered. Shangguan, you introduce them. Dong Ting directly threw this task to Shang Guanhua. He was not good with words. Everyone, let's first welcome our new teammate, our new partner, Chu Mu, Shang Guanhua announced loudly. Immediately, there were gasps of surprise as they looked at each other. Vice Captain Shangguan, are you right? His cultivation is only... A team member looked surprised. I am not wrong. Although Chu Mu's cultivation is only at the 4th firmament of Creation Realm, his swordsmanship is very brilliant. He is not inferior to me at all, Shang Guanhua said solemnly. His words not only shocked the team members, but even the other vice-captain widened his eyes in surprise. Dong Ting already knew about it, so there was nothing special about it. Immediately, each and every one of them looked at Chu Mu with even more astonishment. Those pairs of eyes seemed to want to see through Chu Mu. All right, Chu Mu is now a member of our 8th battle team. He is also our partner. Although his cultivation is still relatively weak, his potential is very deep. Not to mention our 8th battle team. Even in the entire combat division and the entire Sword Edge, no one can compare to him in terms of potential. This is because he won the Best Recruit medal, Shang Guanhua said in one breath in order to make everyone pay more attention to Chu Mu. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were even more surprised and shocked. The winner of the Best Recruit medal indeed had astonishing potential. However, there were some people who weren't convinced. After all, he was just a brat who was a mere 4-star Sword King. No matter what, he was still a newbie here. We are a combat division's battle team. We are a battle team that has to fight against strong enemies, not a nanny team. I think he should go to the garrison division. A team member in a purple robe said. I am sure that if your words were heard by the minister, you would definitely end up in a miserable state, Shang Guanhua said with a smile. That person was confused. All right, Shangguan, let's make the introductions first, Dong Ting interrupted. Now, let me finish the introductions. Shang Guanhua clapped her hands and said, You already know Vice Captain Hua Yi. He is Min Chong, he is Li Lianyun, he is Jiang Gu, he is... Shang Guanhua introduced the names of the 29 team members to Chu Mu one by one. Other than Chu Mu, the 8th battle team originally had 32 people. Captain Dong Ting, Vice Captain Shang Guanhua, and Hua Yi were all swordsmen at the peak of the 9th heaven of Fortune Realm. As for the other 29 people, 9 of them were 9-star Sword of Gojosian, 12 of them were 8-star Sword of Gojosian, and the remaining 8 were 7-star Sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu was a 4-star Sword of Gojosian. Among all the team members, his cultivation was the lowest. Other than his name and cultivation, Shangguan Hua did not know anything else. However, that would take time. It was not something that could be explained verbally. His name is Chu Mu. He is the winner of the Best Recruit Medal in the Sword Casting Star this time. He has amazing potential and superb sword skills. It is our 8th battle team's fortune to be able to join us, Shangguan Hua said in the end. What she said was very reasonable, because she had seen with her own eyes how the heads of the 3 major departments quarreled until their faces turned red. They had even almost fought over Chu Mu's ownership. However, the others did not know the specific situation. When they heard Shangguan Hua's repeated emphasis, they immediately frowned. A hint of mockery flashed in Hua Ye's eyes, but Dong Ting's expression did not change. Vice Captain Shangguan, I have a suggestion. Suddenly, a 7-star Sword of Gojosian spoke. They belonged to the same battle team and were familiar with each other. Therefore, there was no special taboo when they spoke. What suggestion? Shangguan Hua looked at the 7-star Sword of Gojosian. Chu Mu knew that the 7-star Sword of Gojosian's name was Lin Kai, and his cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th heaven of creation realm. Our battle team originally had 32 members. We are familiar with each other and cooperate well during missions. However, there is one more person now, and he is only a 4-star Sword of Gojosian. Once we go on a diplomatic mission, he can't possibly stay on the starship. If that's the case, it would be better to transfer him to the garrison. Lin Kai spoke with assurance. Since we are going on a diplomatic mission, we must know exactly how strong he is, so that we can cooperate better. Don't you all agree? Lin Kai is right. No matter what his potential is, he is at the 4th heaven of creation realm. If he wants to be recognized by us, he must have sufficient strength. Otherwise, he will not be able to integrate into our battle team. Another 7-star Sword of Gojosian said bluntly. Shangguan Hua frowned. The reason why she had invited Chu Mu to join the 8th battle team was because of Chu Mu's potential. As for his strength, as long as he worked hard to cultivate, he would definitely improve. However, in this situation, what is considered sufficient strength? Chu Mu suddenly asked. Chapter 11:23. Hearing Chu Mu's words, everyone was stunned. Chu Mu, you? Shangguan Hua wanted to speak. He had fought with Chu Mu before and knew that Chu Mu's swordsmanship was extremely profound, even more so than his own. However, Chu Mu's cultivation was too low, and he had yet to comprehend the essence of the few earth-level swordsmanship that he had cultivated. Therefore, no matter how powerful Chu Mu was, there was still a limit to his strength. Good courage. Your cultivation is only at the 4th level of Fate Realm, so we won't make things difficult for you. Lin Kai's eyes lit up. You just need to prove that you can protect yourself during the mission. How about this? The weakest member of our battle team is the 7 stars Sword of Gojosian. You just need to withstand 10 moves from the 7 stars Sword of Gojosian. Only 10 moves. Chu Mu asked in return. That's right. You were able to obtain the Best Recruit Medal, which means that your potential is indeed extraordinary. Given enough time, you will be able to increase your cultivation and your strength very quickly. The stronger you are, the more advantageous it is for our battle team. Lin Kai said, but the current you is still not enough. Therefore, if you can withstand 10 moves from the 7 stars Sword of Gojosian, you will at least have a chance to survive. At that time, we will naturally finish off our opponents and come to your aid. Shangguan Hua did not say anything this time because he knew that Lin Kai's words made sense. As a member of the battle team, it was inevitable that he would go on a diplomatic mission. However, Chu Mu's cultivation was too low, and it was very likely that he would drag the team down. Even if he did not drag the team down, he might be killed by the enemy in an instant. Therefore, if he could withstand 10 moves from the 7 stars sword of Gojosian, there would be time for the other members of the battle team to come and rescue him. Chumu knew that if he wanted to truly integrate into the 8th battle team, he had to pass this hurdle. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how much Minister Yin Feng valued him. In fact, no matter which battle team it was, they would face such a situation. Putting himself in Chumu's shoes, he could completely understand this approach. "Who's my opponent?" Chumu asked without hesitation. His straightforwardness was astonishing. "Me." Lin Kai smiled. "I admire your courage, but I won't go easy on you. Please." Chumu smiled slightly and said indifferently. Everyone stepped back, leaving Chumu and Lin Kai alone. Their battle, or rather, Lin Kai's attack, was a full-strength attack with the exception of some secret techniques and trump cards. The area of effect was not small. If they retreated a little, not only would it be beneficial for Lin Kai to display his strength, but it would also be better for them to protect themselves. In an instant, Lin Kai entered battle mode. The smile on his face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. A sharp aura gathered around him as he slowly pulled out his sword. The sound of the sword rubbing against the scabbard was very obscure, and when it entered people's ears, it made people's scalp tingle. This was one of Lin Kai's little tricks. When he pulled out his sword, he had already launched an attack. The attack was both a sound attack and an aura attack. The extremely obscure sound entered Chumu's ears wave after wave and became sharp and resounding. It was like a demonic sound that wanted to stir up a storm in his mental world and shatter his divine sense. If an ordinary swordsman's divine sense had not reached the level of the 7 stars sword of Gojosian, they would definitely be affected. The weaker the divine sense, the stronger the interference. Under the interference of the sound, one's divine sense would collapse, and one's mind would be in chaos. Everyone was quite familiar with Lin Kai. When they saw him use such a method to deal with Chumu, their expressions changed slightly. This was because Chumu's cultivation was only at the 4th firmament of Fate Realm, and he was a 4-star sword of Gojosian. Under normal circumstances, a 4-star sword of Gojosian would fall to the ground in less than 3 breaths when facing Lin Kai's move, and his mind would be damaged. However, Chumu's expression did not change. It was as if he did not hear the sound of Lin Kai unsheathing his sword. "What's going on?" "He's not affected at all." Even Lin Kai himself was very shocked. In fact, it was not that Chumu was not affected, but that his divine sense was equivalent to the level of a 7-star sword of Gojosian. Unless Lin Kai reached the level of an 8-star sword of Gojosian, he would not be able to make Chumu react. The sword was already unsheathed, and a cold light flashed across the sword. The long sword was pointed straight ahead, and a cold light shot out. The air was filled with a chilling aura, and layers of sound waves flowed on the sword. The sword was swung, and a sharp whistling sound rang out. The demonic sound pierced through the mind, penetrated metal, and cracked stone. The sword swept up layers of sound waves and attacked Chumu. The demonic sound sword technique was a sword technique that had reached the high rank of the Earth Realm. It was mainly based on the rule of sound. The sword moves were performed, and each move was fatal. They were fast and ruthless, and they contained a terrifying sharp sound as if they wanted to tear everything around them apart. Chumu's expression was cold. The 5 phases sword was unsheathed, and he instantly performed the 32 swords of wind and thunder. In the eyes of others, the 5 phases sword seemed to have turned into a thunderstorm, roaring and raging, destroying everything in its path. He has actually grasped the essence of that sword technique. Even Captain Dongting let out an astonished expression. Shangguan Hua's expression was even more peculiar, because he felt that the wind and thunder 32 swords that Chumu was currently using was unexpectedly even more tyrannical than when he was fighting against him not long ago. This kind of power was not reflected in the sword energy, sword intent, or rule power, but in the sword technique itself. In other words, Chu Mu's mastery of that sword technique was even more profound. Frightening comprehension! Shang Guanhua exclaimed. Just by fighting with him, Chu Mu's sword technique had improved. This was Chu Mu's first time facing a 7-star sword of Gojosian. He did not dare to relax in the slightest. An ordinary 6-star sword of Gojosian might not be his opponent, but a 7-star sword of Gojosian was much stronger than a 6-star sword of Gojosian, especially the 7-star sword of Gojosian in the battle team. His strength was not something that an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian could compare with. Other than not using the secret technique, level 2 sword force and god level sword intent and rule power, Chu Mu did not hold back in other aspects. Using the inch step to contend with Lin Kai was Chu Mu's advantage, and it was also his forte. The inch step counterattack caused Lin Kai to quickly dodge. Lin Kai was not a body-refining sword of Gojosian, but he had dabbled in it. His physique was much stronger than an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian. As a result, Chu Mu could only remain undefeated in close combat, but could not gain the upper hand. The Gale's swift sword and the 32 strikes of wind and thunder were all sword techniques for close combat. A stroke from the god's long autumn water. The 3 sword techniques were used alternately. Lin Kai had already comprehended the essence of each sword technique. The only difference was the level. They had already exchanged 6 moves. The demonic sound sword technique had been used from the 1st to the 6th move, but it still could not do anything to Chu Mu. Lin Kai's eyes flickered. He was shocked, but he was even more determined to defeat Chu Mu. There was no reason, just a single breath. The last move of the demonic sound sword technique, which was also the 7th move, demonic sound space shattering. As the sword pierced out, the sound instantly turned berserk, terrifying beyond compare. It covered the surroundings, wanting to shatter the surrounding space. The power of this move was extremely tyrannical. If it was in the supreme ancient world, it might really shatter the space. But in the ancient god world, the space was much stronger than the supreme ancient world. Only faint ripples could be seen. Chu Mu's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of danger engulfed his entire body. His nerves tightened, and his muscles bulged like a heart. His power rushed out like a high-pressure pump, instantly gathering in his legs. Under the power nodes, his power increased and exploded, rumbling like thunder, deafening to the ears. Faster than instant movement, Chu Mu circled around Lin Kai's body in an instant. Chu Mu's body moved swiftly. His feet stepped on the ground, creating a terrifying rumbling sound. Everyone seemed to feel the ground shaking. Under the demonic sound space shattering, the space ripples wreaked havoc, crushing Chu Mu into pieces. It turned out that it was just an afterimage. Chu Mu's real body appeared behind Lin Kai. Not only did he avoid the demonic sound space shattering, he even counterattacked with his sword. Although this sword seemed tyrannical, Chu Mu knew that it was a bit weak in reality. Because of the instantaneous eruption of his full power, the power of his physique surged out violently, creating a momentary feeling of emptiness. Fortunately, his recovery was slow, and it wasn't enough to make Chu Mu lose his ability to fight. Lin Kai's reaction was extremely fast. He rushed forward and then quickly spun around. The 3rd move of the demonic sound sword technique swept out, and the terrifying demonic sound space shattering descended once again. The 8th move, everyone's expression turned solemn. They could see that Lin Kai didn't show any mercy. Apart from not using any secret arts or killing moves, he was completely treating Chu Mu as a strong enemy. As for Chu Mu, he was actually able to counterattack under Lin Kai's attacks. He wasn't just passively dodging or blocking. That was even more shocking. The pressure on Chu Mu was also great. That was because Lin Kai wasn't an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian. He was much stronger than an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian. He was a terrifying opponent. In theory, the The difference between a 4-star sword of Gojosian and a 7-star sword of Gojosian was at least 1,000 times. That was how Chu Mu was able to cross that gap and not lose to Lin Kai. The demonic sonar sword art was the strongest sword art that Lin Kai had grasped. After executing the 7 moves, he had already touched upon the essence of this sword art. He was only a step away from grasping the essence of the sword art. If he grasped the essence, Lin Kai's strength would increase by another step. Under the immense pressure, Chu Mu's expression was calm. He didn't panic, and he was able to advance and retreat freely. He used this pressure as a form of training, turning it into motivation to improve himself. There was no strongest, only stronger. The 9th move, Lin Kai still couldn't defeat Chu Mu. The 10th move, Chu Mu was still contending with Lin Kai. Lin Kai seemed to have forgotten about the agreement of 10 moves. He only wanted to defeat Chu Mu and prove his strength. Chu Mu didn't mention the agreement of 10 moves. He was still fighting with Lin Kai. He was using this pressure to train his sword technique and footwork. The other spectators didn't mention it either. This was because the battle was very exciting. If someone had told them before that a 4-star sword of Gojosian and a 7-star sword of Gojosian would be exciting, they would definitely give that person a slap to wake them up. A 4-star sword of Gojosian was nothing in front of a 7-star sword of Gojosian. But now they had witnessed a 4-star sword of Gojosian going against a 7-star sword of Gojosian. Chapter 11:24. Dazzling sword light flashed as the 2 swords collided. A terrifying sound wave exploded in all directions, causing everyone to frown. The 2 swords collided, creating a ring-shaped sound wave that rolled out like layers of ripples. Under the tyrannical power, the 2 figures couldn't help but retreat. Their shoes rubbed against the smooth ground, creating a sharp sound, accompanied by a wisp of smoke. In this collision, Chu Mu was pushed back 3 meters, while Lin Kai was pushed back only 2 meters. This was because it wasn't just a collision of physical strength, but also of sword energy. In terms of overall strength, Chu Mu was inferior to Lin Kai. Again, Lin Kai roared, waving his sword, creating a demonic sound wave. He was about to rush up and fight again. Stop! Shangguan Hua stepped forward, as if she was stepping on a lotus. She blocked Lin Kai's way, stopping him. This battle ends here. Vice Captain Shangguan, but I haven't had enough yet. Lin Kai mumbled. Don't forget your purpose. Shangguan Hua laughed, but still said seriously, you have already exchanged more than 30 moves with Chu Mu, and you still haven't defeated him. Your agreement is to last 10 moves. More than 30 moves. Lin Kai was shocked. In fact, during the battle, he had unknowingly regarded Chu Mu as an opponent of the same level. He didn't even count how many moves they had exchanged. 33 moves. Dong Ting said, Hua, you didn't say anything. He was stunned. It was hard to imagine that a 4-star sword of Gojosian could be so terrifying. You actually exchanged 33 moves with me. Lin Kai was shocked when he realized what had happened. He stared at Chu Mu with his eyes wide open, as if he was looking at a prehistoric monster. Don't look at me like that. I also tried my best to hold on, and now I'm almost exhausted. Chu Mu said with a bitter smile. He was telling the truth. Lin Kai's strength was stronger than an ordinary 7-star sword of Gojosian. The difference between Chu Mu and him was obvious. The reason why Lin Kai could fight was because he kept stimulating his physical strength. After 33 moves, he felt his limbs go soft. You are very strong. Your potential is unheard of. Lin Kai sheathed his sword and looked straight at Chu Mu. His tone was sincere and solemn. I believe that you will become our good partner in the future. Welcome, Chu Mu. Welcome to the 8th battle team. From now on, we will be good partners and brothers. It was the members of the 8th battle team. They were all shouting loudly. They were very happy from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Mu had proven his strength to everyone. Everyone's attitude had completely changed. They had become enthusiastic because they had acknowledged Chu Mu from the bottom of their hearts. They saw Chu Mu as their comrade and brother. This made Chu Mu feel the spirit of unity of a team. However, Hua Yi pretended to be disdainful after being shocked. Chu Mu, when will we fight again? Lin Kai nudged Chu Mu. Me too. Another 7-star sword of Gojoseon shouted. The battle just now had made their blood boil. Chu Mu, hurry up and improve your cultivation. When the time comes, I also want to fight with you. An 8-star sword of Gojoseon roared. Let me calculate. Chu Mu is now a 4-star sword of Gojoseon, and he can resist a 7-star sword of Gojoseon. If he becomes a 5-star sword of Gojoseon, he should be able to resist an 8-star sword of Gojoseon. If he becomes a 6-star sword of Gojoseon, he should be able to resist a 9-star sword of Gojoseon. An 8-star sword of Gojoseon counted with his fingers. Instantly, the crowd burst into laughter. You can't calculate like that. The further we advance, the greater the difference in strength, Chu Mu said with a smile. Under normal circumstances, the difference in sword essence between the 7th and 8th heavens of creation was 10 times. However, an 8-star sword of Gojoseon could master techniques that a 7-star sword of Gojoseon did not. The difference in strength between him and a 7-star sword of Gojoseon was even more obvious. After all, there were many variables in the world of swordsmen. There were also many techniques. Even if a 6-star sword of Gojoseon can't, I believe that once you become a 7-star sword of Gojoseon, you will definitely be able to resist a 9-star sword of Gojoseon. If you become a 9-star sword of Gojoseon, you will very likely be able to defeat a 9-star sword of Gojoseon. A 7-star sword of Gojoseon said with a smile. Defeating a 9-star sword of Gojoseon is too much. Hua Yi interjected coldly. He was just unhappy that a 4-star sword of Gojoseon was in the limelight. He was unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Once he was unhappy, his words became sharper. The moment Hua Ye's words came out, the atmosphere immediately cooled down. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding why the vice captain was acting like this. Humph. Seeing everyone's gaze, Hua Yi also knew that he had gone a little overboard. However, with his arrogance, how could he admit his mistake? He just snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and left alone. Chu Mu, don't mind him. Vice Captain Hua Ye's character is a little unsociable, but he is very kind. When he is on a mission, he also takes good care of his companions, Shangwan Hua quickly explained. The others also nodded. Chu Mu had heard even more overboard words. What Hua Yi said was nothing at all. Chu Mu did not mind. He could also see that Hua Yi was a little arrogant and difficult to get along with. But so what? In this world, there were many difficult people, but they were still fine. To put it bluntly, as long as they were not enemies with him. The atmosphere quickly became lively again. Captain, in order to welcome Chu Mu's arrival, why don't you take out the fierce moon intoxication to celebrate? A 9-star sword of Gojoseon looked at Dong Ting and said. Suddenly, everyone's eyes lit up like light bulbs, falling on Dong Ting's face. Dong Ting's expression changed. Then, he frowned as if he had made up his mind. He nodded and said, All right, let's celebrate. Great. After drinking it last time, I haven't been able to drink any other wine. Chu Mu, I guarantee that after you sing the fierce moon intoxication, you will feel that other wines are boring. Hearing this, Chu Mu's interest was piqued. From Dong Ting's expression, he could tell that the so-called ardent moon drunken wine was definitely an extremely good wine that was extremely precious. However, so what? Wine is for people to drink. Come, Chu Mu, let me toast you. An 8-star sword of Gojoseon stood up and raised his glass to Chu Mu. Chu Mu also stood up, raised his glass, and drank it in one gulp. The fierce moon intoxication was indeed a good wine. Chu Mu was sure that it was the most special wine among all the good wines he had ever drunk. After drinking it, another kind of violent, wild, and flame entered his mouth and flowed down his throat. He felt as if he had swallowed lava and was about to burn from within. When the heat reached the extreme and he felt that he was about to be burned to ashes, it suddenly changed. The heat quickly dissipated and was replaced by a kind of coolness. It was as if the faint moonlight shone on his body and he was in the cold wind of the night. It was a unique feeling and a unique aftertaste. Everyone proposed a toast to Chu Mu, and Chu Mu proposed a toast to everyone. In the end, everyone was tipsy. In fact, on average, each person had only drunk a dozen cups, or at most 15 or 16 cups, which added up to less than 250 grams. Even so, Dong Ting felt the pinch for a long time. The fierce moon intoxication was his treasure, a treasure that he had kept for many years. Hua Yi didn't participate, so he didn't know that everyone was celebrating for Chu Mu. However, it didn't matter to anyone. After eating and drinking, everyone left and returned to their rooms in the residential area. As an official member, they were no longer newcomers and were assigned to a better room. It was a room of more than 300 square meters and was divided into 5 rooms. One of them was the lounge, which was purely used for resting. The layout of the room gave people a sense of calmness. The other room was the cultivation room, which could allow people to enter a better state of cultivation and gather the yuan qi of heaven and earth faster and denser. The other room was the sword training room, which was specially used for practicing sword techniques. There was a very sturdy sword testing puppet, which was specially used to test the power of sword techniques. The last room, which was also the first one to enter after opening the door, was the front hall, which was used for receiving guests. The difference in treatment between a newcomer and an official member was so obvious. After returning to his room, Chu Mu went directly to the lounge and had a good rest for 2 hours. After the tipsy feeling was gone, he became sober and felt refreshed. The fierce moon intoxication had the effect of recovering and condensing the essence, qi, and spirit. After sobering up, Chu Mu habitually recalled the previous battle. Lin Kai was a strong opponent. Chu Mu knew that the reason why he was able to exchange 33 moves with Lin Kai was because of his powerful divine thought and physical strength. In terms of the quality of his sword origin, it was equivalent to the 6-star sword of Gojoseon, which also shortened the gap between him and Lin Kai. Furthermore, his attainments in swordsmanship were far superior to Lin Kai's. Although this did not increase his strength by much, it allowed him to use his swordsmanship more smoothly, and the power of his swordsmanship could be better displayed. The inch step and inch sword also greatly increased Chu Mu's close combat power. However, in terms of overall strength, Lin Kai was indeed stronger than him, which made his sword techniques more powerful. Chu Mu was only able to exchange more than 30 moves with Lin Kai because he had been constantly pushing himself to the limit. If he continued, he wouldn't be able to defeat Lin Kai unless he was willing to display other abilities, such as Grade 2 sword force or the God rank sword intent and principles. Other than that, he also benefited from the improvement of his essence, qi, and spirit. It seemed like a simple confrontation, but it involved so many aspects of Chu Mu. If I use Grade 2 sword force, I won't lose if the battle continues. If I use top God rank sword intent and principles, I can definitely defeat Lin Kai. Chu Mu thought to himself, gaining a better understanding of his strength. While Chu Mu was tidying himself up, there was a knock on his door. Opening it, he saw that it was Vice Commander Li Duan personally looking for Chu Mu. I'm here to tell you that the winner of the Best Recruit Medal has a special privilege. Li Duan went straight to the point. If you make good use of this special privilege, not only can you save a lot of battle merits, it can also directly increase your strength or open up your cultivation path, allowing you to become stronger. Hearing this, Chu Mu was greatly tempted.